the new Modus Super Series champion.
Yes! What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins week 6!
Maximum checkout.
He's done it!
He's looking to build on a really good start of a 1:49 with his first leg of the day.
It's one dart at tops and the 110 is found. It's another ton plus checkout. And it's double 12 for a 141 and out in 12 and 141 is pinned.
Because there was no way he was ever going to contemplate the ball. Double 16 for a performance that just got better and better. Double 16. However, Jim Myers looking at the 147 and finds the double 18. Back-to-back top plus checkouts. Yes, it is for Jim Meyer. It's Wednesday morning here at the Live Lounge, which means the first place through to the finals night of 2025 is about to get started. So here we go. Welcome along to the action. You're joining us on the Pluto TV network of channels in the United Kingdom and around the world. So get yourself all settled in for a day at the darts. Well, it is Mervyn King that leads the way going into the final day's worth of action in this Group A. The twice BDO World Championship finalist has a 2-point lead at the top of the table, but everybody still is just about in reach and just about in play going into the final day's worth of action. Laura Turner's with me here in the studio to look ahead to it, and really from the very first start, we've been struggling to kind of make tail of top to bottom of this group, really, haven't we?
It has. It's been really close, hasn't it, throughout? As you mentioned, Mervyn's got that slight lead, but he's by no means comfortable. Even in sixth position, there's only a couple of points behind. So, everyone is still in play. Everyone's still in contention, but it is Mervyn King with the best possibility of going through.
So this is how the table looks. Mervyn King at the top of the table has a 2-point lead from Johan Gildenhuys, the South African, in second. Gary Mawson of the United States is in third on 10, with Archie Self, Jim Meyer and Rowby John Rodriguez all with 8 points to their name respectively. As far as Mervyn King's concerned though, top of the group overnight, and he set his stall out, didn't he, yesterday, right from the get-go, that average of 111 in his opening game, and from that point onwards, apart from that little slip in the middle, there was no stopping him. Yeah,
he did say to you previously, prior to the session starting yesterday, that he felt that there was definitely more in the tank, and wow, yeah, that first game, 111 average, we know that he wasn't going to maintain those levels, but what he did manage to do pretty much throughout, as you say, one slip, but managed to maintain those points coming in, and hence sat top of the table.
And he is at the front of the betting. Johan Gildenhuys is the player second on that particular list. Mervyn, very heavy favourite at 2-5. As far as Johan's concerned, if he's going to have a chance of making it through, has he got to be perfect today? Yeah,
you feel so. The important game will come, obviously, when he does come up against Mervyn King, because that could just see things change once again. So, yeah, I get the betting order. I do this today, but it's definitely by no means sealed at this point.
It is 18+. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into the action. Johan Gildenhuys is in action in our first match of the day. An early one this morning, I caught up with the South African ace. Johan, second of the group going into Wednesday's action. Must be really pleased with the way this week's gone so far.
Yes, definitely. I must say, day one was a good feeling for me. Yesterday I had a little bit of a struggle, I felt. But still managed to push in through wins, so I'm happy. It still puts me in the run for winning it.
Really tough group out there. Everybody seemingly beating everyone. How difficult has it been playing these games?
It's difficult. It's a very evenly put out group. It's still open table for everyone, I feel. So yeah, it's been a tough week.
What do you feel like the challenge got to be today? If you're going to win the group, what do you feel like you have to do in terms of a points return?
I feel 4 out of 5 should put me in the running. Mervyn has been on good form, great form for the week so far. So it's going to be a tough one to take him past.
Where would you say that the form's at for yourself at the minute?
It's a bit of a roller coaster at the moment. The doubles full, the scoring's bad. Scoring full, doubles bad. So I hope today I can manage to get both on form I would like it to be.
And how much you enjoying playing at the Suits? Obviously, we saw you a couple of series ago. You came close to qualifying for the Saturday. What's it about this stage that you enjoy so much?
For me, personally, for us back in South Africa, this is a wonderful stage for us to grow as players. We get to play a good quantity of games. I always said the World Cup stage and the World Championship is a glorious stage, but we usually get 1 or 2 games up there. This stage, I get to perform 20, 25 games minimum, and I feel that for me is the way my talent can produce.
And I suppose if it's not Group A, doing everything possible to get into Group B later?
Yeah, that will be the goal, and then hopefully do better in Group B than the last time.
Well, I wish you all the best, Johan. Good luck out there.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, very good to hear from Johan ahead of this morning's action. Speaks very well and playing very well as well. Second in the group going into today's action. He takes on John Rodriguez in the opening match of Wednesday's session here in the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A win here would put him level on points with Mervyn King at the top of the table. For John Rodriguez, he finds himself bottom of the pile. Yesterday was a day to forget for the 31-year-old Austrian, making his debut in this competition. The former World Youth finalist up against Johan Gildenhuys, who in his second appearance is looking to go one better than what he did in his debut, where he came close to qualifying from Group B into Saturday night, but was unable to cross the finishing line there. So it's a meeting of Austria and South Africa in our opening game of the session. The referee is from Colchester in Essex. Owen Binks is in charge of the action this morning. Well, today is the 97th anniversary of Mickey Mouse being broadcast on television for the very first time. It's Mervyn King who's got the clubhouse lead. But you really would be goofy to try and predict what's going to happen today. However, tasked with the challenge of predicting what's going to happen today, Laura Turner's alongside me here in the commentary box.
100.
Yeah, it's just been a really intriguing couple of days, because we go into each session and normally there is a player or 2 players that just manage to really pull away from the rest of the pack. But this is a table where no one has been particularly cut adrift. You have got 3 players on 8 points. You've got Mervyn King at the top on 14. Mervyn obviously is in the ascendancy. He is playing really well, and the stats all lend to the fact that it should be Mervyn King going through. But this is a completely different day, and it doesn't guarantee that you're going to play the same way as you have for the last couple of days.
Well, John Rodriguez will be hoping that today isn't a mirror of what happened yesterday. Having played himself into some kind of contention, could only ascertain for his session yesterday. The solitary success averaged 83.11 for the session. His doubling was what let him down. Had the worst doubling stats of any player in Group A on Tuesday. 10 hits from 36 attempts, 27% on the outer ring throughout the course of the session. And his day yesterday actually got started with a 149 checker. That was as good as it got for Rowby John.
Yeah, that's the highest checkout of the week so far. But those high checkouts, everyone's had at least one every day, and that was an unfortunate fall out of the board there for Rowby John.
69.
Well, recovers to leave himself on a 2-darter when he returns. But Gildenhuys can pile the pressure on here. What he would give for a 2-double turn.
100.
Tull leaves himself on 84. Should get a dart at the ball if he comes back. He's going to go double-double here. Finds the first. Unable to get the second. A couple of wayward ones there.
Require 84.
With 2 in hand, it's double 12. Double 6 for an early break, and that's another wayward one.
Rowby John require 19.
A few tired darts at the beginning of this Wednesday morning. Rodriguez looking at double 8.
3. Johan requires 6.
Well, let's get the rusty leg out the way with straight away, shall we? Double one.
No score. Robbie John requires 16.
Roby John's got the more preferable
Game shot
double
the
and
first
does
leg. Robbie
find
John
a way in
Rodriguez.
the end. Fourth start of asking.
I will give you a guarantee we will
Second
see a
leg, it's
better
Johan
leg
to throw
than that
first.
at some point
on.
today. If not, then we might have to look at
45.
one of them food apps for somewhere to book in dinner, because we might be here a while.
50.
Yeah, sometimes it can just take players a little bit of time to kind of warm to the task. And especially in a day like today, because this is really important. Every match you feel is important for Gildenhuys.
100.
If he's got any ambition of topping the table, going straight through to Saturday's finals, then, as you mentioned previously, it feels like he needs nigh on the
180.
perfect day, and that is a perfect score from Rodriguez.
I just get the sense that Robbie John can just treat today as just a little bit of a free hit, bottom of the table. If he gets, he still could get in Group B. In fact, if he
140.
wins this game, be level on points with Gary Mawson. If he can win it 4-zip, he'd actually leapfrog Gary in terms of the league standings. But he knows that Group A is
98.
probably out of reach. If he can get into Group B, great. But he can just kind of free roll a little bit today.
Yeah, and there have been times for Robbie John that he's looked great up there. He's just in the maximum that he's found, and
100.
but there have been other times where just that form at his throat just hasn't been as accurate of what we've seen from him previously.
133. Johan
A really good setup there, leaving himself tops after 12 for the break for Johan Gildenhuys. This could potentially be the worst possible start he could make to the day. He needs to find a way over the top of that treble, and does so well. Double 18 for 116,
98.
just on the inside.
Require 40.
Two tens.
30. Johan require 18.
More missed starts from Rodriguez. Can Gildenhuys punish this leg? Had chances in the first, and it's a slip with the
10.
second. So back comes Robbie John.
10.
Well, both players have had darts to win both legs in this game
Shot
so
the second
far,
leg,
but it is
Robbie
Robbie John
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez who opens up a 2-0 lead by pinning that double
So
five.
leg, it's Roby John to throw first. Game on.
It's not been a sparkling contest up to press, but if Robbie John can win this, this will just give him a bit of a springboard to
56.
attack the rest of the day. For Johan, it would be a disastrous start. For Mervyn King, without even playing a game, it would be the
85.
perfect start to his day, because he'd see his closest rival, closest challenger in terms of winning this group behind the 8-ball right from the get-go.
99.
Yeah, for Mervyn King, his first match, third game of this Wednesday morning session. That'll be against Jim Mayer of Luxembourg.
Who shouldn't be written off in the
140.
slightest going into today. Played some really good stuff this week as Jim.
Yeah, there's an irony, isn't there? He was statistically the best player on
59.
Monday, but just picked up one win. Dropped off the pace slightly in terms of the stats yesterday, but managed to pick up 3 wins.
This is where darts makes no sense.
30.
And that could be a disastrous visit there for Gildenhuys. Rodriguez looking for a 2-treble visit to punish and put himself on a finish.
100. $70.
Yeah, that little bit of indecision might have lent himself to find a second 5.
93.
Really good pick off there with the last for Roby John to leave himself on a 2-darter to open up a 3-0 lead. And Johan Gildenhuys right from the get-go will need to sort out that drift into the 5. Too many darts just moving to the left, but really good recovery with darts 2 and 3 to leave himself on a single to double. May not even get a look at it. If Roby John can find double 10, in which he can, and he opens up a 3-0 lead.
Best finish of the match and
Full flag against Johan
the
to
most
throw
efficient
first.
finish as
Game
well. No faffage on the doubles.
Found the radar again as Johan. He'd be hoping that it's not a case of it being too late, because it's certainly not too little. His first max of the match.
139.
Rodriguez firing back with a 2 treble visit of his own.
Well, hang on a second. Last time Johan Gildenhuys was here, he had a 9-darter hit against him. He's not going to hit one in this leg.
$100.
I mean, not that Johan would have worried about it too much. He finished second in that group. The player hit the 9-darter, finished bottom. Don't know what happened for the rest of the week, but
100.
Oh, this is a better response from Gildenhuys.
28. Johan have required 121.
so 121 for Gildenhuys. 6 darts from here to get himself on the board. Has missed 7 darts at a double so far in this contest.
53.
And should get opportunities when he comes back.
Johan had chances to win leg 1, chances to win leg 2. He should be getting a few chances here, but
180. Johan have
time
required
may be running
68.
out if he can't convert this 68, because that's a perfectly timed max from Roby John Rodriguez.
1 in hand, a double
Game
16.
on the 4th leg.
And he only needed the one
Johan
opportunity to get his
Gildenhuys.
first leg on the board, forcing Roby John to serve it out.
5th leg, it's Roby John to throw first. Game on. $135.
Good start from the man from Austria.
100.
Roby John's sole success yesterday came against Gary Mawson, a 4-2
77.
win in that particular game. Lost this 4-2 yesterday against Johan Gildenhuys in a game which saw Johan miss 13 darts to the double, but yet still come out a 4-2 victor. However, he's going to win this
99.
one. Then he has to do it all the way from 3-0 behind, and behind the 8 ball on this particular leg as Roby John looks to try and finish off his opponent once and for all.
99.
We haven't seen a player manage a big comeback yet this week.
It's been one of those weeks where games have either been nip or tuck, or nip and tuck, or one-way traffic.
92.
Well, there's very little in this leg to split the pair.
45.
But here's that, a bit of an opening here for Gildenhuys. Well, Rodriguez on the 145, and we saw him
95. Roby
take
John to
this out
require
already this week.
145.
Couldn't repeat history again, could he? No, he can't. Not on this occasion, but he's going to leave himself
71.
in a position
Johanna
where
115.
Gildenhuys will feel as if he will be forced to take out this 115 to extend the game. He's going to get a dart at a double. That double is double top.
95.
Just underneath, so Rodriguez to win the game,
Roby
74.
John requires 74.
darts, 2 darts in hand, double 16. And you feel that should be a good guide for Rodriguez.
58. 28.
But just an over-adjustment
Johan,
with the
20.
last.
So Gildenhuys looking at double 10 to extend the game.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Extend the
Johan
game he does.
Gildenhuys.
From 3-0 up, Rodriguez has been pegged back to 3-2.
6th leg against Johan to throw first. Game on.
And all of a sudden, from a position of authority, Roby John, the match suddenly back on throw.
$57.
Well, Rodriguez has had match-winning opportunities. But the comeback
130
is on for Gildenhuys.
The chase is on. And all of a sudden, Gildenhuys is the better player. And all of a sudden, Roby John Rodriguez had such crumbs of comfort in this game. Will begin to see
59.
the tucks and tide change. And he'll feel like he's treading on a bit of a tightrope here.
Something we've mentioned about Rodriguez a couple of times this week is sometimes when he's just put under that little bit of pressure, he's found it really hard to react.
100.
And I suppose part of it is down to the fact that he hasn't played too much competitively. So when push comes to shove, Matthew Edgar was talking about it when he was playing.
128.
You know
Johan,
you know exactly what to
164.
do, but you forget how to react in those tight, tense situations.
It's match sharpness, isn't it? I think since coming off the PDC tour, Rodriguez has been one of those
100.
players that's done a bit on the WDF, obviously here at the Modus Super Series, done a bit on the Challenge Tour as well, but perhaps just taking the opportunity to have that slight step back after the intensity of being on a Pro Tour for so long.
140. Johan records 64.
Well, this has to go because Rodriguez has left himself on the tops after 12 against the throat. It's going to be one dart. The double 16 to turn a 3-0 deficit into a last leg
32.
decider. That dart
John requires
has come
40.
and gone. And so Roby John here looking at tops to win it 4-2. One left. And found, and Roby John Rodriguez gets off the mark on this Wednesday morning. A defeat which could prove so costly for Johan Gildenhuys, and it means it really is advantage Mervyn King in this Group A on this Wednesday, because Roby John Rodriguez has beaten Johan Gildenhuys by 4 legs to 2. Coming up next, Archie Self takes on Gary Mawson.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for the
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jorgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from the Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short form at darts. Van Skeet's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Van Skeet is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Skeet do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jim Smith.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Rugby John Rodriguez got the better Johan Gildenhuys by 4 legs to 2. Game number 2 is a meeting between Archie Self and Gary Mawson. For Gary, he's on 10 points, but with Rugby John winning before the break, he's seen somebody join him on that mark, and if Archie Self was to beat him here, then Archie would actually leapfrog Gary into 3rd place in the table. He'd have 3 players on 10 points. Jim Meyer could also join them players on 10 points if he was to get the better of Mervyn King in game number 3. Well, 2 players which I think it's fairly safe to say have different levels of experience within this sport. Archie Self wasn't even born when Gary Mawson made it to the UK Open final back in 2008. The 62-year-old from Fort Myers in Florida in the United States of America, looking to
First leg, it's Archie to throw first. Game on.
move on to 12 points, level with Johan Gildenhuys, a couple off of Mervyn King, who'll play Jim Meyer, and perhaps more importantly, restrict Archie Self to 8 points in the
96.
standings. And actually, if Archie was to lose this game, he would move to the bottom of the group because he would have a worse legs difference than Jim Meyer in this Group 8.
125.
But for Archie, I think he's probably the one that can feel the most hard done by with the way yesterday went. His scoring was superb, had 7 180s, more than
24.
everyone apart from Johan Gildenhuys in the group. Doubling okay, about 1 in 3, 16 from 49, 32% on the doubling.
85.
But I think when it came to the rub of the green, I think it was just the crucial moments every now and then that just kind of passed him by a little.
96.
Yeah, in terms of stats, as you say, high checkout of a 141. He is one of only 3 players so far over the last couple of days to pin a ton plus average as well, a winning ton plus average. So there is a
95.
lot of things that have gone right for Archie Self. But as you say, yesterday it was just at the crucial times and getting over the line that just proved troublesome.
134.
It's all things that he's going to learn as time goes on. I was supposed to put a boxing analogy. He knows how to punch. It's just learning to put in the right punch at the right time to cause the biggest impact on your opponent,
95.
which is something that he's only going to learn as he
Archie record
continues to develop
151.
as a player.
Well, the 151 is on. Well, not anymore. So Mawson 101.
91. Gary require 101.
And this is better. This is a better start for Gary Mawson. Yesterday's really struggled to get going early doors. But it's double 16 for a 101.
69.
We're talking
Archie
about how
requires
to punch.
60.
That really would have been a right hook from Gary Mawson if that went. But it's the Southpaw Self who's looking at double 10 here. To hold throw on the opening leg,
Gary
and that
requires
clips the wire.
32.
Yeah, should be a good guide.
Bench
And
on the first leg,
turns out
Gary
it is.
Mawson.
It's a breaker throw for Gary Mawson. And as I was mentioning,
Second
it
leg,
was a
it's
slow
Gary to throw
start
first.
for the
Game on.
man from Florida. did run into a really tough opening match, to be fair, in that first game against Mervyn King, who averaged in excess of 111, went down 4-0, but then the next match went down 4-0 once again and just had to work himself back into the day. And actually, he did turn things around, picking up a couple of wins at the end of yesterday's session.
100.
Yeah, Florida man looking to make headlines.
'86.
I can imagine Gary's one of those players that Archie can kind of use as a bit of a sponge, kind of seeing what he does in the practice room, some of the stories he's got, and probably some of the advice that Gary will probably give him over the course of the week.
26.
And kind of speaking to people like Steve West, who
58.
been around Archie because they're in kind of similar stables in terms of sponsorship and things like that. One of the impressions that I get is Archie's one of them that's very much learning by taking in everything that goes on around him.
99.
Yeah, that's it. You've just got to open yourself up and grasp every new opportunity with both hands. And you can't say he hasn't done that here. I'd say just come unstuck a couple of times, because again, this is another new experience where you are playing as many games. It was mentioned in your interview early on with Johan Gildenhuys that the opportunity to play game after game, it's not something that you get exposed to, and the level that you're playing at as well. This has been a high quality standard for Group 8.
56.
I mean, potentially he could play 29 games in front of the cameras this week. I know they're short course matches, but still, the bags of experience and the bags of playing time he's going to get on a stage like this. Well, he went bullseye off the back of the treble with the first dart. Now, that was a bit cheeky, Gary.
Yeah, he did the 107 in the same way, didn't he, against Archie Self back on Monday.
58. Gary requires 16.
Very new school against the new school by the old school player. But opportunities are gone a begging. And I tell you what, Archie Self would love to rub a bit of salt in the wound if this 106 goes.
$66.
Almost did.
Gary require 8.
Self there indicating that that was way north of the target. Interestingly there, Archie and his back to
40.
Mawson when he was throwing for that double 4.
$20. Gary require 4.
Doubles proving problematic for Archie Self. 6 darts so far in this match. Had opportunities to win leg 1. Opportunities to win leg 2. Will he get any more?
2.
He is.
Archie require.
Because Gary Mawson's missed 12 darts at a double. Well, his self-inflicted problems could be further inflicted by Self here.
10.
But now he's missed 3 more. He's 9
Gary require
attempts about hitting a double in this contest.
Game shot on the
But
second.
Gary Mawson does open up a 2-0 lead, and that will be a rather relieved feeling. You can see on his face. He knows he's got away with one there because the amount of darts he missed at a double.
140.
2 from 14.
You do sometimes get this. Day 3, Group 8.
100.
Players can sometimes maybe just put a little bit too much emphasis on the importance of this last day, because this is the day where the decisions are made. Are you going straight through to Saturday? Are you going into Group B, or are you going into Group C?
Well, everything is open
99.
to interpretation.
$58.
In terms of the end of the week, Group C, Martin
126.
Turner, Trina Gulliver and James Welding. Group B, Stephen Plumstead, Dean Finn, who made it through to the final the previous week 12 when he was hit by the biggest average of the year by Danny
99.
Van Tripe, the 120.24, and the 9 darter in the final. And Tommy Lishman, who will be looking for a strong end to 2025. A lot of promise going into this
Archie
season.
require 146.
Not quite transpired the way maybe he would have liked to. Self here was looking for another trouble IT to leave double 16,
94.
but Mawson
Gary
looking for
requires
the double
76.
break and 3-0.
£21 points, 55, so 15 for tops.
56.
And the
Archie
doubling
require 52.
woes continue.
Game shot on the third leg.
And this time Archie
Archie
Self
Self.
was on the scene to take full advantage.
Fourth leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and that reaction from Archie Self, just waving at the double as to say, oh, hi, you've arrived.
Let's just be glad that this is just a double out game and not a double in double out game.
121.
We have got that coming up soon.
100.
Could be some interesting games. I'll give you a bit of an exclusive.
85.
One of our colleagues in this commentary box will be participating in that. Not going to say which one.
100.
In fact, actually, there's more than one. But I'm not going to say which, possibly more than one. One of them's actually on the poster if you look hard enough on www.dartshop.tv. Not going to give any more away than that.
Well, Archie Self will be
25.
hoping he's not going to give away any more legs. However, just that another trebleless visit. And it just opens up the opportunity for Mawson to pull away.
135.
Well, 135 leads ton after 12.
130.
Really been a game of fits and
Gary,
starts
require
so
100.
far. But Mawson looking to open up a oh my. Treble 15.
34.
I think this is what
Archie
they call a little bit
142.
scrappy. This could be a bit of quality, but the second treble to 17 isn't going to go.
86. Gary requires
Yeah,
66.
just the 34 points off the ton means Mawson may only get one dart at a double. He had options there, but it's 16 for tops.
36. Archie requires
Just
56.
a few darts for Gary Mawson, just going into that 5 section.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Well, that
Archie
just
Self.
about clips the bottom wire, but into the target, and from 2-0
Fifth leg, it's
down.
Archie to throw first.
Archie Self has
Game.
levelled up at 2-2, walking straight back down the hockey and using all the space he can just to get himself back together to throw first in the fifth leg.
96. $76. $117.
Yeah, unfortunate that dart clattered into the one already in the treble 19 section. But as you say, from 2-0 down, Archie Self, he's been 2 from 2 afterwards on the doubles.
81.
And he's just starting to go through the gears in terms of the scoring.
58.
I just wonder if some of these players are just putting a little bit too much emphasis on the early exchanges because the table is as tight as it is.
Well, I had a chat with a couple of players this morning, Gary actually being one of them, and
140.
I got the sense that there was a lot of tension in that practice room. I got the sense that everybody knows that they've got something to play for. Now, not everybody will think they can win the group, but everybody knows that they had a target which was achievable, whether it's overtopping Mervyn King or whether it was getting into the top 3 positions. There was nobody that went in today thinking,
32.
well, I've got nothing to play for. I'll just have a go and see what's what. Everybody had a target to be able to achieve. And that's led to maybe why we've seen some tense darts over the course of the first couple of games.
But it really would make things very interesting. As we mentioned earlier, if Archie can find a win here, that'll put him on
100.
10 points. Then we've got Jim Mayer back in action against Mervyn King. If Jim can find a way past King, then it really is, once again, very, very tight on the table.
Does not like the look of this. There is a lot of flight in the way.
40.
You could
Gary
see there was a yellow
72.
wall up against that tops. But that was a dart to lead 3-2 from 2-0 behind.
Mawson hasn't had much luck on the top section.
52.
Again, it just goes fractionally low.
Archie require 40.
It's double 10.
Game
It's
shot on the fifth
3-2
leg.
to Archie Self. He's just beginning to find that radar on the doubles now.
Sick player against Gary to throw
2-0
first.
down, he's one away.
Game on.
Yeah, and a little point of the finger. Maybe playing homage to Bob Anderson. Wasn't quite as direct as a Bob Anderson finger point.
96.
The iconic 180 celebration. You've got the Bob Anderson finger point, the Gilding thumbs up, and the Brendan Dolan helicopter finger.
140. $95. 96.
Self already with a slight advantage in this leg.
38.
And Mawson not able to respond.
$86.
Well, Mawson here for 140 puts himself very much in situ in this leg.
105.
He's down at the 25. The 25 leaves himself on 167. Leaves himself on a finish, but Archie should leave it handier from here.
59.
But not finding a treble really
Gary
does leave
require
this leg open for
167.
interpretation.
Treble 19 would have left the ball, so Self back. Match-winning chance incoming.
80. Archie require
Looking at
120.
120 to win the match. But just wide into the single 5, so the opportunity was off after dart 1. And so
80.
Gary Mawson here
Gary require
to take
87.
us all the way. Looking at 87, may just be a dart at the bullseye.
Well, it's 2 at double 18. Way off the mark. Double 9 for a level game and a tie-break leg. And double
Game
9's
shot on the
pinned
sixth
by
leg.
Gary Mawson.
Gary Mawson.
So we go all the way
7th fan
to a
final
last
against
leg
Archie to throw
decider.
first. Game on.
Yeah, this being their third meeting, and actually their first 2 games, the comprehensive wins. Archie Self
100.
won yesterday 4 legs to 0, and on Monday it was Gary Mawson winning 4 legs to 1. So they're definitely pushing each other in this one.
Well, we're into minute number 18 of the contest, and we're none the wiser as to who's going to win it.
140.
This game 2 of 15
42.
on this Wednesday morning. Plenty more darts to bring you live here on Pluto TV. Still all to play for. There's going to be plenty of drama, plenty
95.
of tension. Plenty of the good, the bad and the ugly.
Yeah, and it could come right down to some of those very last fixtures
140.
later on this afternoon to see who tops the table and who makes Group B.
Plenty of talking points
46.
still to come. But Archie Self here in this last leg, remember he was 2-0 down in this contest, has got this game exactly where he wants it. It's a vice-like grip from here. And that 180 leaves himself on for a potential 14 darter on throw and a last leg decider.
Yeah, what a time to hit the first maximum of the match.
30. Archie
And he's
required
got time.
39.
Plenty of time. 6 darts from here. Double 16, 2 in hand. And manages to smuggle away through with the last. But he had to work hard for that win, Archie Self. He was 2-0 down in the contest. Gary Mawson did have an opportunity to lead it 3-0. A lot of missed starts early on, but once he discovered that radar in terms of his finishing, well, he was unstoppable. 4-3, Archie Self wins. Next up, Jim Meyer takes on the table topper, Mervyn King. So that's how you could be here on a Saturday night. 50 weeks a year you could be here on a Saturday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. www.dartshop.tv is where to go for your tickets. And actually, if you're looking for a Christmas present for a friend or family or somebody that you like, could be anyone, then if you head over to dartshop.tv, there's plenty of darts events available for you on there, including a night at the darts at certain venues across the United Kingdom, at Mecca Bingo and other venues. There are touch balls taking place as well in Portsmouth in a few weeks' time. So plenty there for you to look ahead to. And I believe tickets for events in 2026 have begun to go on sale as well. So if you do want to get something for someone that's very close in your life, then why not a ticket to a night of the darts? You've got nights in Skegness available to you in 2026 and in Derby as well as your tickets to the Modus Super Series on any given Saturday night, which includes Double Trouble 4 on Saturday the 20th of December. Available on there by heading over to our website. 85. Anyway, game 3, a meeting between Jim Meyer and Mervyn King. Mervyn, regardless of what happens here, will be playing at the Alexandra Palace in the World Darts Championship
95.
Come December. He's got a 2-point lead at the top of the table ahead of his meeting with Jim Meyer at the beginning of the session. Wins this one because of a defeat for Johan Gildenhuys to the hands of Roby John Rodriguez. He would have a 4-point lead at the top of the group, which would mean that he has got this group exactly where he wants it.
Yeah, it's a really big opportunity, isn't it, for Mervyn King just to stamp his authority early on in Group A on a day where decisions are going to be made. But for Jim Meyer,
100.
he really could put the cat amongst the pigeons, because if he does pick up that win, as you say, it's so open still.
$100.
One thing Mervyn King has done really, really well both days is their first match is normally where he produces some of his best. Best average of the day came from him.
131.
Oh, his best average of the day came from the first game against Archie Self, just over a 95 average. And then we've mentioned that the 111 that he had in that 4-0 victory over Gary Mawson yesterday.
100.
And I think it's so key in this format, isn't it, to set your stall out as quickly as you possibly can. And that's exactly what Jim Meyer's looking to do here. Double 10 for a ton checkout to kick off his day.
80.
Not to be. Mervyn found a 110 checkout. The only ton topper he had yesterday. Is he going to kick off a 146, treble 18, or does he stay there? Stayed there for double 13.
125. Jimmy required 20.
King shaking his head. It was a slip with the last dart, but it was all academic anyway. Jim Meyer takes the opening leg, and we mentioned that one slip that Mervyn King did have yesterday, and it was to Jim Meyer. It was a 4-2 defeat for Mervyn King.
Yeah, Jim picked up a couple of scalps yesterday.
140.
Beat Mervyn King. Also got a win over Roby John Rodriguez. Lost out in the last leg deciding against Johan Gildenhuys. He was always there or thereabouts, if we're going to be perfectly honest. Beat Archie Self. The other defeat, a 4-2 loss to Gary Mawson. So everywhere he's kind of plied his trade yesterday. He's been competitive.
And if you look at the averages posted, he's been relatively consistent as well. We had a couple yesterday that dropped into the low 80s, but everything is kind of that mid 80s to 90 range. The one outlier really was the very first 59. Game we saw from Jim, where he lost 3-4 to Gary Mawson with that 102 average.
Speaking to Jim early on this morning, and I kind of suggested to him as he piled in the game's first max that I said to him, it felt like the most relaxed you've ever been on the stage, and he kind of said by way of reply that last time he played here, he put too much pressure on himself. Put too much pressure because he was representing his nation, and he felt like he was of course he was doing it for himself, but he kind of felt that the weight of external pressure, where this time around he's kind of gone into it a bit more relaxed. He's gone into it not thinking about the outside pressure, just doing it for himself more than anything else. And we've certainly seen his best darts in this building as a result of it.
Yeah, I agree. He's shown everyone exactly why he's here and why he's a person that's qualified on multiple occasions.
Double 16 for 2-zip. Doesn't go, and so Mervyn surviving a bit of a scare there. And a double 4 to level up. Making no mistake. Mayer misses a couple for 2-zip. Mervyn King picks the pieces up. 1-1.
And that was the criticism, really, of Jim Mayer over the last couple of days, is those small opportunities. Yes, it is only a couple of misses. However, they've always just seemed to be punished and proved costly.
58. Could be a
profitable few weeks for Mervyn. Wins this into Champions Week next week, and then, irrespective of what he does there, a World Championship appearance on the horizon, as we mentioned, come the end of the season. And this is where the restructure and the new format, particularly in terms of prize money, really can be beneficial for players who've had a good season on the Challenge Tour. For example, a Mervyn King
40
theoretically could pick up £55,000 over the next few weeks if he won this week, won Champions Week, and he won his first match at the World Championship.
134.
Yeah, the prize money at the World Championships, it really could elevate a player, and especially those players that are coming through maybe via the international qualifiers.
80.
What you can do with that prize money in terms of your darting ambition going forward.
15 grand for turning up and losing 9 legs potentially.
I mean, that's not the objective, I give you that, but yeah, here's a good point in terms of the fact that it is some very good prize money.
95. Mervyn, you require 155.
It's a bigger point which we'll make in the next leg as King looks at 155. Not to be, so Mayer will look at 88. May just be a dart at the bull to go 2-1 up in this
50.
contest.
Jimmy require 88.
And it is the bull.
55.
Which just goes low, but Mervyn still on a 3-figure finish.
It's one dart for the 105.
89.
It goes
Jimmy
inside, so Jim Mayer opts for the bottom of the board, leaves himself on 88. Now over the other side, 4. He's chasing this finish.
29. Mervyn, you require
can't find.
60.
And so Mervyn King, 88 again.
Game shot on the third
Finds
leg.
it, goes
Mervyn
2-1 to the good. Now you look at the PDT order merit, or the ladder, as people are calling it these days.
Game on.
I don't think we actually know what the full effect this new prize structure will have on the order of merit until actually after the first World Championship with the big bump in prize money takes place.
99.
We can have a rough gauge and a rough estimate. But for example, Mario van den Berghade, number 64 in the order of merit, 94,750 on the tour card rate at the end of the season he has. For example, Karel Sedlacek has qualified. He's on 83,000. Now, Mario loses his first round game. He would stay on that provisional figure because that's the guaranteed prize money he's got to the end of the year.
140.
Karel Sedlacek wins his first game. He's only 1,500 quid off him. Wins the second one, he'd overtake him. Matt Campbell qualifies with a qualifier.
96.
He would be very close by. So actually, there could be a lot of players that maybe in previous years have been in a comfortable position in terms of keeping their card because of their positioning in the order of merit, who may actually come the end of it because of the bigger jump in prize money. Only needs one player to have a decent run at the Worlds, and all of a sudden, that leeway goes. I'm looking at someone like Bradley Brooks, for example, who
Mervyn, you require 134.
could easily win a couple of games at the Players' Championship and easily win a couple of games at the Worlds, and all of a sudden, within his first year of getting a tour card, could find himself in the top 64 of the PDC Order of Merit.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, isn't it, for the players is it's going to be of a huge benefit to the ones that are actually in the tournament. I think for the ones that miss out on a qualification spot, that's where you're going to see a real disparity because of the increased prize fund.
Well, someone like Rob Owen, we'll talk about a bit more in the next leg. King look at 76 to go 3-1 to the good.
Game shot
14 dart, a really good leg from Mervyn. Now, Rob Owen's in the position he's in because of a good one last year at the World Championship. But having not qualified yet for it, obviously there's still a tour card holder qualifier on Monday. He's the one because he's not in the tournament with 95.5. If a couple of players had decent runs to, say, even a last 32 now, he could find himself very, very much looking at a possibility of going back to Q-Scorn in January. So as much as there's opportunities for players in one sense, the bigger jump in prize money means that players that are having to defend things or find themselves lower down the rankings and don't qualify, there's more peril there.
While talking of peril, you feel that Jim Mayer,
95.
His ambitions to top this Group A table may well be in peril, facing a 4-1 loss here if he can't find a couple of trebles.
57.
Been a real good professional job this from Merv, average of 96. Had to survive a couple of scares early on in the contest from Jim Mayer. Ever that bit of a storm, and ever since he's
97.
got himself in front, there's only really felt like there's been one winner of this contest, and that's been the two-time BDO World Championship runner-up.
58. Mervyn, you require 129.
Treble 16 was the target, but
89. Jim, you require 146.
Jim Mayer has had a few ton plus checkouts so far this week. Can he add the 146? Answer is no. So King, match-winning darts incoming.
59. Mervyn, you require
Double top
40.
for 4-1 win to move himself 4 points clear with just 8 points left to play for. Double top. Job done, and job done really well. Back-to-back 14 darters to get over the line. A really good display that. And once again, Mervyn King sets his stall out at the beginning of a session. He's now 4 points clear at the top of the table. 95.5 average in a 4-1 win over Jim Mayer. Doubling good as well, 4 from 6. Next up, Gildenhuys self.
It's Cole Wilkinson!
It's a win for Wilkie! And another one for Yorkshire.
Keegan rolls back the Neil Duff.
Will get a match start at the bottom. There it is. Neil Duff.
David Pallett.
At long last, it's glory for David Pallett.
Jensen Walker.
Young man, our champion.
David Evans!
And he finds tops.
Jamie
For a first weekly win.
Game start and the match. Done.
It's an awesome fourth title for Tom Site.
Derek Coulson.
This is DC's universe.
Derek Coulson, 5-star performer.
Alex Small.
Heavenly from that Welshman.
Charlie Manby.
Big opportunity.
The call.
And the match.
Champagne Charlie Manby.
We're back and we're all ready to go for game number 4 of the session, a meeting between Johan Gildenhuys and Archie Self. So, first round of fixtures done. Round 2 gets underway now. And so far we've seen Roby John Rodriguez get the better Johan Gildenhuys 4-2. Archie Self beat Gary Mawson 4-3. Mervyn King before the break go 4 points clear at the top of the table following a 4-1 success against Jim Meyer. Gildenhuys himself, game number 4. Johan really needs to win this to stand any chance of winning the group. If Archie Self wins this, actually leapfrogs Johan into 2nd position in the table. It'd be the perfect start for the 16-year-old sensation.
97.
Yeah, if Archie is going to leapfrog, he's going to have to do something he hasn't been able to do the last couple of days, and that's get a win over Johan Gildenhuys.
140.
Both results run really close. Both went to last leg deciders.
100. $95.
Really good one for you there for Archie. Leaves himself on the Both players want to finish after just 9 darts in this leg. Gildenhuys first poker, the 148. Another one of them. Yes, double 14.
120.
Just wide.
Archie require 164.
Well, another one of those for Self. And it's the ball for a 164. And 164 is pinned. There's a real spring in the step of Archie Self.
Well,
Second
you felt like today needed somewhat of a spark in Archie Self for the 164. May have just provided just that.
60.
Yeah, and the doubling woes that we saw from Archie Self in that opening match. He was 4 from 16. Missed a multitude of darts in the early exchanges against Gary Mawson. Just seemed to be put to bed. And that 164, highest finish we've seen so far this week.
The most impressive sporting moment since Kenny McLean scored from the halfway line for Scotland last night.
Yeah, that was good.
Not qualified for World Cup since 1998. How do you do it? An overhead kick and a goal from the halfway line.
And against Kasper Schmeichel.
134.
9 caps off his dad's record.
60.
Yeah, Scotland will be at the World Cup for the first time since 1998. That long ago that Ali McCoist was in the squad.
140. 58. Johan, you require 87.
Gildenhuys for potential 11 darter, double 18.
69.
Not there, he's got time on his side.
Yeah, but you get the feeling that he's going to have to start tightening up on the doubles. He mentioned it to you
18.
early on that when the scoring's been good, the finishing's been off, and when the scoring's been off, the finish has been good. He needs to combine the two, and there's no problem this time with the double 9. It's a break straight back. A break in 13 darts.
Johan to throw first. Game on.
Levels you devils. And because of that, the ball is back in the court of Johan Gildenhuys.
$45. 93. 95. $94.
Oh, that's an inviting first start for Gildenhuys.
131.
Covers well with the treble 17.
Oh, brilliant 180 there from Archie. This is turning out to be a bit of a contest, this one.
Yeah, just a tad. Average just under 110 for Gildenhuys, just under the ton mark for Self. But yeah, it's been a good start
85.
to match number 4.
Archie require 134.
134. Not on the radar this time. Gildenhuys will get a
94.
peek at the
Johan,
145.
you're
He's going to have to take it out
145.
because Self's left himself on tops after 12 here. And he's going to get a look at tops to go 2-1 up and defying Johan, averaging 107 right now.
105. Archie require 40. Game show the third.
doublings.
Archie Self.
Much better for Archie Self. 1-6 to win leg 1. First start there to win leg 2. And after a stuttering start in terms of his doubling against Gary Mawson, it just looks like he's began to find the radar there. 12, 13, 13, as you can see, the leg by leg. Really good quality contest up to press.
Yeah, and that's reflected very much in the averages, as you can see there on the
83.
screen.
$55.
Feels like a slightly more deliberate pace from Gildenhuys today.
Just wonder whether he's beginning to think about the
56.
situation a little bit. Just beginning to tense up a little bit, take his time just a tad bit more.
Players do have a tendency to
96.
slow down as opposed to speed up when it comes to those key moments.
$48. $140.
Archie Self, a player that I've seen in and around
94.
the circuit for many a year. I mentioned on Monday that one of the first memories I had of him was he was actually calling, and this was about 6-7 years ago, at a senior county match. But I've also just been reminded that an event that used to take place at Hayling Island, he played my daughter,
40.
and how she's only 15, and the size of them, they had to share a chair in order to stand up, get their darts out the board, and to do the marking.
90.
Milrife.
Johan, you require
That's it, yeah.
107.
Yeah, it was a great tournament.
So 170 for Gildenhuys. Not to be this time. So the big fish is off. What about the little fish? In fact, that was a tournament where
96.
Messrs. Littler and Humphreys met for the
Archie
first
require
time.
130.
Oh, it's another one on the ball.
105.
Just a
Johan, you require
fraction.
74.
A fraction away from the target, but Gildenhuys here. Another break opportunity.
Double top.
Games
2-2.
on the fourth
Gildenhuys
leg.
back
Johan
on terms.
Gildenhuys.
Actually, think about it. The way that the sport is professionalised, particularly after
Fifth leg, it's Johan
COVID, you
to
seldom
throw
see
first.
those types of real
Game
open competition. I suppose the only one that really springs to mind now is probably Vauxhalls.
Yeah, there's still a few of them around. There used to be, as you say, a lot more. Vauxhall, there's another one up in Skegness at the Golden Palms.
Of course, you still have your England Open, your Scottish Open.
95.
Obviously, that's only open to players without a tour card. But tournaments like Milrife and that would because it was open by definition, anybody could play in it.
93.
Yeah, go back to when I used to play. We used to play at places like Coomhaven, Hemsby. That doesn't even exist anymore. Canberra. As you say, they're not quite as prevalent as what they used to be.
They were prevalent yesterday. He had 11 of them yesterday, Johan Gildenhuys. 80 for the week.
58. $100.
Yeah, Gildenhuys here in a really strong position to find a hold, a throw, and go within one of the match.
43.
It would be the first hold, a throw that
Johan
we've
required
had so far.
126.
1-2-6. Doesn't have to chase the ball if he doesn't want to, but I get the sense he might.
53.
Well, plenty of time for the 73 for Gildenhuys.
59. Johan requires 73.
Good second dart. 8.
57.
Up to be.
$92. Johan
So
requires
3 more in
16.
hand at 8 for Johan Gildenhuys to lead this game by a 3-2 scoreline.
Game shot on the fifth
3-2 it is,
Johan
and the
Gildenhuys.
South African is 1 away.
Sixth flag, it's Archie to throw first. Game on.
Self just a little bit off the pace in that leg.
38.
Needs to find a way to recover, but that will not help the cause.
South Africa in a very good place in terms of the sporting world at this present moment in time. Men's Rugby World Cup winners. Men's World Test champions. The men's football team are qualified for the World Cup
97.
in the USA, Canada and Mexico next year. In fact, England's women won the Women's Rugby World Cup, didn't they? A couple of months
57.
ago at Twickenham. The Red Roses beat Canada in the final.
$96.
Big intake of breath there for Archie Self, looking to get himself back in the game.
90. $58.
Well, after what was a real flying start to this game, just feels like this match is just
60.
in a bit of a lull as we head towards a crucial point in it.
Well, because the table is as tight as it is, these wins, although just a couple of points, we're going to see some
100.
big swings on this table.
More like it from Archie. Leads himself on a 2-darter to take us all the way. And all of a sudden, this leg has got a completely different look to it. Or has it? Oh, what a finish that would have been to the match.
Archie in the background cannot look.
98. Archie requires 76.
This a finish you feel has to go. It's 2 darts at 8.
Game shot on the
Only
6th leg.
needs the one, and for the
Archie
third
Self.
time this week, this pair go the distance. It's another tie-break
7th
leg.
and final leg is Johan to throw first.
We go
Game.
all the way in game number 4 of the session. 11 more to go after this.
That's the perfect start for Johan Gildenhuys. His second maximum of the match. And this is what he's done so well
56.
in this position against Archie Self specifically. His last leg really stepped up to the plate.
But there's that slip into the 5, which caused him problems against Roby John Rodriguez in his opening game of the day.
25.
Well, that was a left-handed ton. That
100.
literally is a left-handed ton.
Yeah, despite punishing that visit of 25 points, it's still Gildenhuys with the ascendancy
60.
in match number 4.
Well, that is the 5th 180 of the game, but Archie Self, having left himself on Rod Studd and Paul Nicholson, are described as a pre-bogey number. The door's still open for Gildenhuys if he can find a ton.
45.
But there's that slip into the 5, which could be so costly once again.
58.
Gildenhuys kicked off this leg with a 180, but the last 3 visits hasn't been able to pin a big treble.
65.
And opts to switch with the
Archie,
last.
you require 107.
So 107 for Archie Self to cross the line. He kicked this game off a 164. He's finished it off with a 107 checkout.
Archie Self.
A really good game, that. A real battle between 2 players from 2 different continents and a generational age gap. But it is Archie Self who gets over the line. A 4-3 winner, 4 from 5 in his doubles, 2 ton plus checkouts. King and Roby John is next.
$54. Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
So here we go then. It's game number 5 of the session. And before the break, we saw Archie Self win in a last leg decider against Johan Gildenhuys. A couple of tub plus checkouts, 164 to start and a 107 to finish. And what we're going to see in a meeting between these two will be John Rodriguez and Mervyn
First
King.
leg, it's Mervyn to
A
throw
game
first.
which
Game on.
feels rather appropriate to be played in a tennis centre in Wigan, a Metrodome in Barnsley, a hotel in Milton Keynes. But we're going to play it in a church in Portsmouth today.
90.
King against Roby John Rodriguez. Two players, of course, regulars on the Pro Tour over the years, but this year plying their trade at the Live Lounge. And for Mervyn, plying his trade rather well. And that, a rather good start for Roby John.
140.
Yeah, and it was a rather good start to the proceedings. Earlier on this morning, Roby John kicked off the action on Wednesday with a 4-2 win
99.
over Johan Gildenhuys, and actually probably did Mervyn King a bit of a favour by winning there, as has Archie Self, because if Mervyn King can get over the line as he did yesterday, then
85.
he will move on to 18 points. He'd be 6 points clear of Archie Self, who now finds himself in second, and then it really feels like it's going to be a race to see who can make it into Group B,
66.
secure those second and third spots on the table. Yeah, as for Roby John, I think for him, he would just like a bit of more of a consistent, improved day
100.
from what we saw yesterday. Did get the better of Merv back on Monday, but went down 4 legs to 0 against the King yesterday.
Oh, pretty much everybody bowed down to Mervyn King's supremacy, with the exception of Jim Meyer, whom he's already accounted for today. And that 180 leaves him on 58 after just a dozen darts.
85.
That's trouble
Mervyn,
with the
you
last
require
Roby John,
58.
but Mervyn 58 to get himself on the board in this contest. Double top it is.
Game shot
Really
the first
good leg.
leg.
Typically Mervyn King leg. 5 visits, 1-0.
Second leg, it's Roby John to throw first. $180.
Perfect start to leg 2 for Roby John Rodriguez.
100. $60. $134.
A great response from Mervyn King. You mentioned all the PDC Pro Tour venues
84.
where these two would have met previously. Met 9 times when they were both on the PDC circuit. Last time back in 2024, surprisingly, it was in Milton Keynes. Merv
131.
6 out of the 9 encounters. You had to actually go back to 2021 to see the last time that Rodriguez got the better of Mervyn King, but he's already done that once this week and looking to do it again.
58. Mervyn, you require 136.
So 136 for Mervyn to go 2-0 to the good. Off to a real quick start here. Pretty much shutting Rodriguez out, but he is going to get a look at the 119 to level up proceedings.
It's not a complete disaster. Treble 20 would have left the ball.
46. Mervyn, you requires 78.
May just be the one dart, but this a similar kind of combination to that which he took out in the previous leg. One dart and one dart only at double top.
38.
Doesn't go. Rodriguez does
Mervyn
get a
King
look in.
requires 73. Mervyn, you require 40.
Can King punish?
On the
Yes,
second leg.
is the
Mervyn
answer.
King.
2-0, Mervyn King.
Decent enough
Third
start
leg, it's
for
Mervyn to
Mervyn
throw
so
first.
far.
Game on. $180.
Playing like a dream so far, Mervyn King.
Yeah, and you mentioned this could be a long couple of weeks for Mervyn King. It could be
60.
really beneficial because if he was to win Group A and pick up the weekly title, he'd find himself in Champions Week next week. But what an amazing way to warm up. Just
100.
make sure that you did and practice before heading off to the Ali Pali as well. The amount of match practice he's getting in here.
And the other thing as well
100.
is, look, I get where this stage is in comparison to the elite level. I'm totally granted. However, if he can come into the World Championship on the back
80.
of winning something, the confidence it will give him will be immense.
Yeah, especially when you look at the standard of the people you're playing when you come here. Obviously, you've got Rodriguez in the mix at the moment.
90.
Someone that he knows well
Mervyn, you
from the
require
Pro Tour.
141.
Likes of Gary Mawson, a UK Open runner-up.
We've already seen a 141 this week. That was it by Archie Self yesterday. Mervyn King isn't going to
109.
repeat the feat here.
No, but looking good to be on course to lead 3 legs to 0.
Yeah, looking really good here. Looking head and
77.
shoulders above the rest, if we're going to be perfectly
Mervyn,
honest with
require
you.
32.
Double 8. 2 4s. Oh, just
28.
inside, and the awkwardness about that is because Roby John's all the way back at 174, he's teetering around the double that he really didn't want to. And all of a sudden, because Roby John has applied the
134.
scoreboard pressure,
Mervyn,
this
require
double 2
4.
is going to feel a little bit nervy.
The amount of times we saw Rodriguez do that yesterday, a really big setup shot, but quite often it was too
No
late in the
score.
leg. Well, it's not too late in
Mervyn
this
King
one.
require 40.
Well, what an opportunity this is. And to Roby John's credit, he applied the pressure to Mervyn King when he was on a rather iffy double.
30.
But when given the chance,
you
he's been
require
unable to
4.
take it. And that's kind of been the story of his week so far.
Game shot on the third leg. Mervyn King.
Mervyn making sure, not giving any more chances to Roby John.
Fourth leg, it's Roby John to throw first.
And that's the biggest difference. We mentioned it earlier on this week. And we mentioned it when Matthew Edgar was playing, because he made the point
56.
when he was playing his comeback week that the scoring phase will be something that will always be okay. But when you've not played for a while, the one thing that may cause you some difficulty, some issues, may well be the doubling,
99.
particularly when doubling under pressure.
He's just getting back into that
43.
winning feeling, that habit of not tensing up, not tightening up when it comes to real key moments in matches. And realistically, you do only get that from playing a lot of darts. It's the match
132.
practice. Can't emphasise it enough. Players, we often speak to people and they'll say, "Oh, I practice so well at home, but when I get to go and play a match, it doesn't seem to click." And you've just got to keep persevering with actual in-game play.
Well, 2-2 in terms of the 180s.
100.
But Mervyn King looking to bring the hammer down on this game.
There's a third maximum, but it's the big fish for the King.
70.
Back-to-back 180s from Rodriguez, and he may not even get a look at the 42. He is going to get a look at the 42.
134.
Snarl from Mervyn King.
42.
Well, it's going to be a double route, and that double's
Game
double
shot, the
11.
fourth leg, Roby John
Not
Rodriguez.
the conventional way, but very well executed anyway.
Fifth leg, it's Mervyn.
You watch enough darts in this place, you'll see things you've never seen before.
$140.
Yeah, Rodriguez really had to dig deep to take that leg. Back-to-back 180s and the 42 checkout. And when you think about the strength of the scoring that he had at the tail end of that leg, Mervyn King was right there, ready to pounce.
140.
But have a look at this for a riposte. Didn't even let Roby John in the previous leg have a flicker of an adverse effect on him.
Yeah, I think more than anything else, it's probably spurred him on.
He wins this. It's pretty much a done deal. Yeah, okay, it's 6 points and potentially could be brought back to 4, but Johan Gildenhuys has got a big problem with the legs difference.
100.
He's got Mervyn King in his next game, and he's going to have to beat him, and beat him well, if he's going to stand a chance. Because Mervyn looks like he is in absolutely no
58.
mood
Mervyn, you require
to relent
121.
whatsoever.
Yeah, he wanted a couple of days off in Portsmouth, and this 1-2-1 would have sealed the deal, but again, plenty of time.
57.
64 left to complete a 4-1 win.
$41. Mervyn, you require 64.
It's 2 darts, it's double 8.
No score.
Drags it into the big 16 section, busts the score.
And a little reaction from Mervyn in the background as well to boo. So he has to go back to the start again.
98.
There's always a little
Mervyn, you
reaction,
require
isn't there?
64.
Sometimes there's a big reaction.
Really? At least he can't bust now. He's going to win. And he's going to win big. And he's going to put
Mervyn
himself
King.
right on the cusp of qualification now, Mervyn King. 4-1 win over Roby John Rodriguez, averaging 92.5, 4th and 12 on the doubles. Really good display and a big smile on the face of Mervyn King. Coming up after the break, Gary Mawson takes on Jim Meyer.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Johan van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
So that's game 6 ready and waiting to go here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Mervyn King with a good display got the better of Roby John Rodriguez by 4 legs to 1, average of 92.5 in a 4-1 victory in that one. Next up, Gary Mawson and Jim Meyer go toe-to-toe here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. And for these two, well, it's Group B that's going to be the centre of their attentions. For Gary, a win here, move him on to 12 points in the group. Jim Meyer on to 10.
First leg, it's Gary.
Couple off of Johan Gildenhuys
Game on.
in terms of the group table. As far as their days have started, well, Gary Mawson got underway with a 4-3 defeat to Archie Self, a game which he missed 16
81.
darts at a double. Jim Meyer, he also lost out in his opener by 4 legs to 1 to Mervyn King. He himself missing 7 darts to the outer ring in that particular contest. And it'll be interesting to see what happens in this one, Laura.
Yeah, it's one of those games, isn't it? The way that both players have
45.
started today, it's quite hard to tell. The one thing that we know is an improvement needs to be made. When those chances come up, when you can finish off a leg, just needs to be done more
85.
effectively. As for Jim Meyer, hasn't been able to get past Gary Mawson so far this week. It was the opening game for the pair back on Monday. Mawson winning that 4 legs to 3, and then a 4-2 victory came yesterday as Mawson pins his first 180.
85. $140.
Well, he's himself on 55 after just a dozen darts to get the opening leg on the board.
101. Gary, require 55.
So 55 for Mawson to get started.
Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, that
Gary
first
Mawson.
attempt at top's a bit of a flyer, but great adjustment from Mawson.
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. 97.
Oh, this is more like it, Gary.
$100.
Maximum number 2 for Gary Mawson, and as you say, definitely feels like he's playing
60.
at a better level today. We mentioned in his first match it was a difficult start for Mawson yesterday, managed to salvage the day with a couple of wins towards the tail end
97.
of Tuesday's action.
Now, I do have to apologise to the people of Broward County, because that's actually the name of the tournament. We were mentioning the tournaments that he won. I said Broward County. It's Broward
45.
County. That he won the turkey shoot-in 2012. I think that might be reason alone to refuse my
6.
visa. I think I've still got a year left on my visa for the United States. Or Esther, isn't it?
Yes.
45. Jimmy require 100.
Anyway, we've seen the 147 so far this week. We've seen it hit by Jim Mayer this week, but he's not going to hit it there.
45.
Now, in Mawson, if he can find a couple of trebles he was finding with regularity in the opening leg.
59. Jimmy require 102.
So 102 for Jim Mayer to level this game up at 1 apiece. Triple 14 gets it double top.
82.
But that just drops low.
Gary, you require 112.
Just judging by his reaction there, we didn't actually see the dart get thrown, but he was kind of intonating. There wasn't really a clean release there.
Yeah, day 3,
72.
and some players
Jimmy
you feel
required
may just be trying to mitigate a little bit of fatigue.
Moves across.
Game's on the
Finds a
second
way
leg. Jim
through.
Mayer.
And we're back on level terms. It's Mawson 1, Mayer 1.
Third
United
against
States of
Gary to
America
throw
1,
first.
Luxembourg
Game.
1.
Yeah, we've seen the likes of the USA at International
66.
Pairs Week. We do have a few specials weeks here at the Super Series. It was Alex Spellman and Jason Brandon representing the USA. I think there could be a bit of an argument to have a
81.
Team Luxembourg at International Pairs Week.
Well, we did see the likes of Team Gibraltar play in the first international pairs, and having spoken to Craig Galliano about it, he was absolutely indebted to the opportunity that
140.
him and Justin Hewitt were given in that tournament. So much so, I saw him on the island on my holidays a couple of months
60.
ago, and he said, "Come on, when Gibraltar coming back in? They so infused to want to come back."
They definitely made a few friends for life, I think, when they came over here.
140.
Look at you just dropping all the little places that you've been to recently. USA, Gibraltar, any more that you're going to throw into the mix?
140.
Well, I haven't been to
require
South Korea, unlike your good
155.
self.
I didn't bring that up.
No, but if we're going to be destination dropping, I think you've kind of got the one that can...
115.
Yeah, in fairness, it was some experience. Jim Mayer was also in South Korea representing
60.
Luxembourg, as was
Gary require 40.
with John Rodriguez for Austria.
It was a scouting trip more than a playing trip, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was just sending messages back going, right, get him in, get him in.
Your dedication towards the world of commentary meets no bounds.
No score. Jimmy require 160.
Well, he busted with the last dart there, Gary Morton. Wasn't overly confident with Jim Mayer's ability to take it out the
40.
160, and
Gary require
he's
40.
proven right. Then he went tops with 120 left.
Game shot on the third leg.
2-1
Gary
Mawson. Tops found. For one of them.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Getting the feeling that Gary Mawson does like a bit of a fancy finish.
$26.
He's having some fun out there. Hope you're having fun watching at home
100.
on the Pluto TV app. Don't forget a dedicated 24/7 darts channel. Plenty of other things you can
100.
enjoy on the Pluto TV app. Once we're done, you can watch the latest edition of the Champion Talk, or Champions Talk. Devon Peterson will be talking about winning the ADC Global Championship at the end of 2024 as Gary Mawson hits 180, number 3 of this contest for him. And that's swiftly followed by Jim Mayer's first.
Jim doing everything possible to stay in the leg. He's trying to level things up at 2-all and keep hold of his throw, and that's a big slip with the first couple of darts for Mawson, but recovers with the third, rescues the throw.
$95.
Needs
Gary
a ton.
require 150.
Tell you what, I won't put this out of Gary Mawson's reach right now. I wouldn't put it out his reach. Okay, I put it out of his reach. $76 left.
127. Jimmy require 100.
Great setup play from Mawson. Tops. Was the target, but found
60.
it floating in between.
Gary require 28.
So double 14 to go, 3-1 to the good.
Game shot on the
Double
fourth leg.
14
Gary
is
Mawson.
found, and Gary Mawson with another 13 dart. This is a really handy
Flag, it's
performance
Gary to throw first. Game on.
from the American. 95 average, 3 from 7 on his doubles, 13 darter there. What's I like about this performance so far?
$58.
Yeah, just looking over the numbers for the last couple of days for Gary Mawson, and
131.
only player in the field not to have an average in excess of 90. Well, he is in excess of that now, and
84.
looking at making a charge to the finish line.
$100. $59.
Beautiful first. Be disappointed if he doesn't follow up with at least a second. He
100.
does leave himself on the fish, but that first dart was just so inviting for more to join.
$100. Jimmy require
It's a
170.
good pick off with the final dart for Gary Mawson, but the big fish is on for Jim Mayer.
134.
Well, that's the next best prize with 6 in hand, leaving himself on a double after a dozen.
$60.
So
Jimmy require
let's
36.
break
Game shot on the
back
fifth
into
leg, Jim
return the
Mayer.
gate to throw at 3-2, and that's a 13 darter Jim Mayer's own.
Sixth flag, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Well, considering that you petitioned for Luxembourg to be in the international pairs, one of our favourite things about the international pairs is our fun facts.
121.
Can I just caveat that as one of your favourite things?
Well, let's go through some fun facts about Luxembourg,
83.
shall we? It's one of the smallest countries in the world. It's actually about the size of Los Angeles, but still packs in forests, vineyards, castles. In fact,
49.
it has more than 70 castles. Because of its long medieval history, you can find castles everywhere. Vianden and Borscheid are amongst the most famous, and over a third of the
97.
country is made of forest land. Public transport actually is free nationwide. As of 2020, Luxembourg became the first country with completely free
42.
public transportation, buses, trains and trams. It also is a
45.
nation which people commonly speak three languages. Speaking Luxembourgish, French and German in daily life. English is also widely spoken. And
137.
Luxembourg's head of state is a Grand Duke, making it the last remaining Grand Duchy on Earth. They are your fun facts about Luxembourg.
38. Jimmy, record 152.
They're certainly facts. And fact of the matter is, Jim Mayer from 3-1 down has 6 darts here to make it 3-3.
77.
Yeah, we mentioned some of the tournaments that kind of fell by the wayside, didn't we? One of the other ones I mentioned earlier on in the week was the Luxembourg
45.
Open.
Jimmy, record
Really
75.
enjoyable tournament, absolutely beautiful country.
Tops are 3-3.
Aim on the sick flag. Jimmy
And
Mayer.
3-3 it is.
7th and final leg. It's Gary to throw first. Game on.
On just the back end of this match, Gary Mawson's just taken his foot off the pace slightly.
99. $57. $40.
We mentioned this before, haven't we? Some deciding legs players really just find that next gear and charge to the victory line, but you get other ones that
30.
just feel a bit edgy, and this most certainly has that feel.
Yeah, rather tentative
140.
at this present moment in time.
Yeah, but that treble visit could put paid to the hard work that Jim Mayer has done to get back in this
96.
match.
Well, Mawson now 6 darts away from 2-2-2. Well, you can't stay there, Gary. Here's, of course, the
41.
80. Did the right thing, just couldn't execute. I may have needed a max to leave himself from any kind of
140.
finish. 140, look, it puts pressure on, but still the ball very much in the court of Gary Mawson here. And that's where the scores of 30 and 57 have really come back to cost Jim Mayer.
60.
He couldn't quite make the most of the advantage, Gary Mawson. We'll have an opportunity at the 1-2-1. And if Mawson cannot convert 1-2-1, Jim Mayer will be on
96.
something slightly
Gary
more
require
achievable.
121.
In just the tail end of the leg, it's just all gone a bit
53.
awry for
Jimmy
Gary
require
Mawson,
82.
and a chance here for Jim Mayer to get his first points of the day.
Well, what an opportunity this is for the match. 82 acquired. 2 darts in hand, a double top for the win. Only needs the one. And that's a 4-3 win for Jim Mayer.
Jim Meyer.
against Gary Mawson, and that means he's still very much in the race for a Group B place. Puts him on to 10 points, puts him a couple of points off. And, well, for Jim Meyer, a big win for him. He gets the better of Gary Mawson in the last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. Next up, Johan Gildenhuys takes on Mervyn King. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn King. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn King. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Now, welcome back to the Modus Super Series 6 games played, and they are the results. John Rodriguez kicking off with a 4-2 win. Archie Self winning himself both his games. Mervyn King also looking for a perfect day. And Gary Mawson just going 4-3 down to Jim Meyer. It's still a case of everyone beating everyone, but you'll see here on the table it's Mervyn King in pole position on 18 points, seemingly an unassailable position at the top of the table, and you feel now it's a bit of a race to see who will finish second and third and get that Group B place, because Archie Self on 12, Johan Gildenhuys on 12, the other three just behind on 10. The table is tight with Mervyn King just flying solo at the top on 18 points. Well, it is our table topper Mervyn King back in action. Just a couple of games rest for him. He takes on Gildenhuys, who is on 12 points and looking to get back within touching distance of Mervyn King. Wasn't really the perfect start for him, because his opener, where he lost to Johan Rodriguez, just really put paid to any real ambition of
First leg against Johan
making
to
it through
first.
via Group
Game.
A. But things can still turn around on this table. As I say, when it is as tight as it is, nothing is sewn up completely yet. But a win for Mervyn King, and he knows he'll be straight through to Saturday.
Nice and simple as far as the permutations are concerned in this particular contest. And do
140.
you remember we were saying earlier, oh, this is a really tight group, everyone's open for any kind of interpretation. Well, Mervyn King's made it his own, hasn't he? He's been the one that's been able to
55.
put his best foot forward, and as a consequence of it, he's the one who now stands on the cusp of qualification through to yet another Saturday here.
Yeah, I think for everyone else, it felt like a case that they knew that the opportunity was there. However, just put maybe a bit too much into it in terms of trying to get across the line. Whereas when you look at what Mervyn King's done today, he's kicked off with a 95 average and a 4-1 win over Jim Mayer, who got the better of him yesterday, the only player to do that on the Tuesday, and then backs it up with a 92.5 average and a 4-1 win over Rowby John. He's just paid 20 questions, and I think that's the experience that he's got and the confidence that he has at the moment. He's had a great year, and there's still more to come for King.
Very much so, and somebody who
121.
has ambition next year to return to the top flight, to return to the Pro Tour, return to where he feels like he belongs, and still feels like he's very much at home
96.
at the top table of the sport,
Johan,
amongst
you
the best
require
players on the planet.
170.
Gildenhuys here looking at 170 to take a 1-0 lead. He's going to need the full quota.
But we can say that for very selfish reasons, if Mervyn is unable to get a card, we get to keep him here at the Super Series.
It's one of them. It might well feel like his loss, but very much our gain. Been very lucky with the players that we've had through the doors, one way or another.
95.
Players that have gone on
Johan, you
to
require 140.
do bigger and better things, and players at the twilight of their career that have come here and graced us with some brilliant darts.
Well, you only have to look at some of the players that will be in
100.
the world
Mervyn, you
champions, the
require
likes of a Cam
155.
Crabtree, Jurgen van der Velde. He was brilliant at the Grand Slam.
Yeah, he was tremendous. That's not tremendous. And Mervyn really fancied that.
99.
You could tell with a little
Johan,
glint
you
in his
require
eye.
40.
So tops here for Gildenhuys to seize the early initiative in this contest.
Game shot on the
In it
first
goes.
leg. Johan Gildenhuys.
And the South African ace leads this game by
Second leg, it's Mervyn to throw first.
a leg
Game
to
on.
0.
And the one thing no one's been able to achieve so far this week is to go through the
134.
card. It's proved very difficult. King came close yesterday. How we'd like to not just top the table, but do it in some style and not drop a single match today. But Gildenhuys proving that might not be possible.
95. $97.
King just walking back, shaking his head. As mentioned before, he's one of those players, he's very
96.
expressive.
Heart on the sleeve doesn't even begin to do it justice. Well, that's the perfect first dart for Mervyn. And that's why you see the little puff of the cheek when dart 2 went wide.
83.
Yeah, still, only 5 years ago when he made his last PDC major final. That was the Masters at the beginning of 2021, where he'd lose out to Johnny Clayton. And you may remember that that was
85.
the time when the Premier League, they didn't announce the full line. They only announced part of the lineup after the World Final. And they effectively, for a few years, the Masters was kind of like a qualifying tournament to
80.
get into the Premier League. And Clayton and King made it through to the final. And they made the decision, did the PDC, that game would effectively be a playoff to see who got the final spot into that particular competition. Johnny Clayton would win it. The rest was history. But
95.
how things could have been so
Mervyn, you
different for
require
Mervyn King if he won
107.
that final. Wouldn't have done his Order of Merit any good, but it would have put him back into the Premier League.
Well, Well, it was a bit of a catalyst, wasn't it, for Johnny Clayton? You'd probably say the World Cup of Darts really did that for him. But he went through that period of time of just picking up lots of titles, but all non-ranked ones.
Game shot on the
Mervyn
second
King
leg.
pins the 107.
Mervyn King.
Second time we've seen that today. Archie Self took it out
Third leg, it's
against Johan
Gildenhuys.
Gildenhuys. In fact,
Game on.
we've seen 3 ton plus checkouts today. All 3 of them have been hit against Johan.
When you kind of take an overview of the career of Mervyn
57.
King, he's one of those players. Did pick up a few wins when you look back into the early noughties at what he was doing on the BDO circuit, winner of the World Masters, Finder Dart Masters,
121.
International Dart League, but really was in the PDC a bit of a serial finalist, Players' Championships, Premier League finals, the Masters, as you mentioned. Masters on 2 occasions. Last one in 21. The one prior to that was back in 2014.
The infamous Masters final, which I'm sure he's really glad that we brought up against James Wade. Now that was the invasion.
23.
I promise you, he didn't hear me. But that was where the really meme came into full life. Back in a time when memes became a thing.
$39.
We say darts is all about timing. I don't think that reaction could have been timed any better.
Me talking about Mervyn's reactions, and then he gives us a reaction. I suppose we set the reactor.
85. $48.
Great first start. 64 left. I'm sure he won't be looking at filling it up with Mervyn back on 270.
I mean, it'd be a bold play if he did, but
There are definitely players that would do it.
and you know it would irritate
100.
him as well.
Johan,
You
requires
do not
48.
want to upset Mervyn.
Do not poke the hornet's nest. Gildenhuys. Double 16. To put himself 2-1 up.
16.
But those are the chances
Mervyn,
against Mervyn you have to take, because
107.
you're never safe, even when he's on the fish. Even when he's on the fish. Okay, you're safe now.
98.
Yeah, but
Johan,
you've
requires
still got to
32.
hit it. Only a couple of misses at the outer ring so far in this match. Both of them Gildenhuys. That's low, and is that awkward?
No score.
Was a bit of a blocker.
Mervyn, you requires 72.
To be honest, he did well just to leave it there, to be perfectly honest with you. King 72. He's going to have 2 darts in his hand. Double 12, now double 6 to pinch this leg. To
Game
pinch
shot on the
it.
third leg.
That really was a steal.
Mervyn King.
But Mervyn King won't care. He's 2-1 to the good. He's got the
Fourth leg,
break.
it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
Gildenhuys knows that that is a big, big opportunity that is gone a-begging.
$45. $95. $140.
Better from Mervyn King. His first time 40 of this match. Yeah, the scoring from both these players,
45.
not the dizzy heights that we've seen earlier on in the session, but the finishing, especially from King, has been on point. 107 and at 72. And here comes the scoring. It's the first maximum.
180.
Well, finally, by royal appointment, the power scoring has arrived for the King. He did this in his previous match against Ralby John, where there was a period in the game where Ralby asked a few questions, but Mervyn just seemed to have the answers. Is he going to have the answers here? 1-3-6, a 3-1. Oh, sumptuous for Mervyn King.
Mervyn King. Fifth leg, it's Johan Gildenhuys.
And that is why
Game on.
he is one of the all-timers. Because just when things were beginning to get a little bit treacherous, does he then part in a leg like that? 12 dart, a big finish, 3-1 up. And now he's got control.
180.
And is that the kind of finish that may wake up Johan Gildenhuys?
78.
Mervyn King so far this match finishes of 107, 72 and 136. Yeah, it's now 4 ton plus checkouts so far in the session, and they've all been against
85.
that man there.
What has he done to upset everyone, he's probably thinking.
Something's going on in the practice room, right?
121. $42.
Well, Gildenhuys looking to pull one back, but big score here for Mervyn. Would have
80.
separated the cats and the pigeons.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure a player like Mervyn King, he'll know
58.
exactly what he needs to do. He'll know that one more win will see him straight through to Saturday's finals, give him that couple of days off in between. Feet up and letting the rest of the field battle it out for a spot.
58. Johan, you require 136.
So 136 for Johan to get one back and to hit Mervyn King with exactly what he hit him with in the previous leg.
96. Mervyn, you require 164.
Ironically, this has also been hit against Gildenhuys today. It's not going to be done again.
Oh, could you imagine? Set up for tops and someone pings up the 164 to win the match. But it is tops here. Just to bring it back within one leg. Chasing it round the board. It's 1 dart left, double 5 the
30.
target. And
Mervyn, you
8
require
missed
64.
darts at a double for Gildenhuys.
So this for the win. 64 required for Mervyn King. It's going to be a match dart. Double 16. For a comprehensive 4-1 win. And for Mervyn King, Saturday night is going to be a night where he will look to try and make it a second Champions Week appearance in 2025. He has comprehensively won Group A, and he's done so with a dazzling display to dispose of Johan Gildenhuys by 4 legs to 1. Next up, Archie Self takes on Jim Mayer.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the darter double 16 gets the job done there for Johan van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go over the tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game! Shot! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion! Jeff Smith!
So the race for top spot is over. We know Mervyn King will be straight through to Saturday's finals with 20 points to his name so far, but the race to see who will go into Group B is most definitely on. Jim Mayer currently sat in 4th position on 10 points. He's looking to chase down Archie Self, who is on 12 points himself, currently sat in 2nd spot. He can hold on to that position with a win, but could be in jeopardy if Jim Mayer can get the better of him like he did yesterday by any big scoreline.
Yeah, so 1 race over.
First leg, it's
1 more
Archie
race
to
still
throw
very
first.
much
Game.
open for interpretation, and we will see who is going to be the 2 players in Group B as the
60.
day draws towards a close. We're at the halfway point in the session, game number 8 of 15 that we're beaming to you live on Pluto TV around the world via the Pluto TV app.
60.
Certainly going to be intriguing to see how the rest of
100.
today's session pans out.
Yeah, but so far been a pretty good day for Archie Self. We said earlier on today, probably found himself a bit unlucky yesterday with the way that some of the results had
84.
gone. Well, he kicked off with a 4-3 win over Gary Mawson and then backed it up with a 4-3 win. His first win over Johan
97.
Gildenhuys. So far, only Mervyn King has found perfection today. 3 wins from
95.
3, and as we said, that's seen him straight through as the Group A winner. Archie Self, though, has the opportunity,
93.
2 from 2 so far, to look at going through the card himself. And if that is something he can achieve, then he will guarantee himself a spot in Group B.
To be or not to be, that is the question.
162.
As Mayer finds a
Archie
162 to leave himself on a ton. Self 151. I'm going to find it.
Yeah, we saw the heroics of the
79.
164
Jimmy require
in the
100.
opening leg against Gildenhuys. 151 not going to go, and the ton is most definitely on. It's 2 at tops for Jim Meyer.
80. Archie requires 72.
So 72 required for Archie. He's got 2 darts at double 12, now double 6. But
60.
just couldn't quite align it down the
Jimmy
centre.
require 20. Game shot on the first leg. Jim
No
Meyer.
issues there on the double 10 for Jim Meyer. Early break of
Second
throw.
leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $38.
Well, that's not exactly the start he would have wanted, having got a good break of throw in the
59.
opening leg of this contest. If he sneaks into Group B, I think he'll see this as a big achievement, Jim Meyer. Last couple of times he's played here, he's played in Group A, then followed by
58.
Group C, and been unable to make it through to the Saturday. Came close the last time he was here. If he can sneak into Group B, that for him will be a big sign that
42.
he's improved from the last time he played here.
And I think when you look at the field that you've got in Group A, obviously whatever group they go into, it's going to be tough to go through. But the standard and the levels of play that we've seen from them, you could quite possibly
57.
see a big amount from Group A going through via the Group B and C routes.
Beautiful first dart. Manages to find a 140 and get the sense this might well be one of those tense games which may well go the distance. Because
42.
for both players, this will be seen, what they're about to do possibly in terms of getting into Group B, as a massive opportunity. For Archie, this is all brand
81.
new ground, all brand new territory for him. For Jim Meyer, he's been here 3 times over the course of the last 3 years, and he knows if he does this, this will be a big success. It'll feel like it's a bit of a Super Series breakthrough for him.
117.
I feel like the key to this game is making it feel as if it means nothing, when to both players we know for a fact it's going to mean
58.
absolutely everything.
$131. Archie require 121.
A chance to break straight back for Archie Self. It's treble 17. Would have left the ball, and now Meyer
57.
looking at a
Jimmy require 58.
potential 2-dart checkout.
Two tens
48.
inside.
Archie requires 64.
And so Self here has a dart, a double 16 to level up,
Game
and level
shot on
up
the
he
second
does.
leg. Archie
And
Self.
we are back on terms at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Archie to throw first. Game on. $58. $100.
You ready for a tungsten teaser?
Do I have a choice? No, I'm only joking.
180.
Piles in at 180. So Champions Week is
60.
next week. Champions Night is next Saturday. Of the players who have recorded the top 10 highest averages on a Champions
57.
Night, how many of them have gone on to get a tour card?
That's got a lot of layers, that question. I'll be honest.
140. $29.
A bit of a slip there from Archie Self. He's afforded Jim Meyer 6 from 201, and that's a perfect first start.
83.
Didn't quite make the most of it.
99. Jim, you require 118.
Trying to find a route through to treble 20 and cannot. So Archie self back 78
60.
to
Archie
hold his
requires
throw.
78.
20 for double 20.
58.
Not to be on this occasion.
Jim, you require 58. Game shot on the third leg. Jim Mayer.
Another breaker throw for Jim Mayer.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Archie just kind of over at the table, just knows that was a bit of an opportunity once again to hold on.
60.
Yeah, looks rather perplexed, and I think for him the thing that will annoy him more than anything is he's getting opportunities, but he hasn't been able to make the most of what's gone his way so far today.
Yeah, we mentioned the groups, and now there's this battle to see who can finish second and third in the table. And you look at the groups and the players that are waiting for them. You've got the likes of Dean Finn, Tommy Lishman, who's had some nine-dart heroics here at the Super Series, and Stephen Plumstead. They're waiting in Group B. In Group C, Martin Turner, Trina Gulliver, and James Welding.
100.
I think the frustration for Archie, and I think it's the same frustration as any player. If you're not playing well and you're getting beat, you can kind of not live with it, but you can understand it. Where, as a player, it's infuriating when you're playing okay, but you're just not giving yourself the needed chances to get done what you need to get done.
Yeah, it's just
Archie
that extra little percent, isn't it? And Trevor 19.
92. Jimmy require 124.
Yeah, there's been some great performances from all the players, but you look at Archie self specifically, and there's just been some key moments where there's been some misses as he marches over to the table in the background there, and he's got a chance here to level up once again.
Tops left after 12, and that's a 13 dart, and that is much, much, much more like it from Archie self.
Fifth leg, it's Archie to throw first.
After what was,
game on.
in fairness in this game, much of a muchness.
140.
Yeah, the more I kind of watch Archie, and
38.
I've seen him play obviously over the last few years, but when he gets that first start right, he's very much a player that can follow those next two in, such as the rhythm that he plays in.
Typical of his generation, FDM, first dart merchant.
Yeah, and another trait for the younger player is just the speed that they play at, quick to the oki, quick to release the first start.
The days of
96.
methodical are just beginning to evaporate from this sport, isn't it?
Yeah, you get the one or two outliers that come through, but it's very much a pacey game. It's kind of the way of the generation, isn't it? Everything just needs to be done yesterday.
Well, gone are the days of aimers in this sport, the likes of Dennis Priestley, who really would set his darts up, the menace.
Yeah, there's probably an argument to say that when you look back over the years at the top players, it was the quick ones that were outnumbered by those more methodical players.
Who can forget Dennis Smith?
97. Jimmy require 143.
Shane Burgess, former World Championship semi-finalist.
Yeah, Shane Burgess now, I think, is a potential master chef candidate if you see what he cooks up on a regular basis.
Is he as good as Scott Campbell? That's the question. Double 10.
Game shot.
It goes. Archie self leads 3-2. Because Scott cooked up a storm last week.
Sick player gets Jim to throw first. Game on.
Most incredible sticky toffee pudding. Brilliant meal. But
140.
this sounds rather derogatory, but I do not mean... I mean it in the nicest way. He made the best soup I've ever had.
140.
Honestly, his soup is to die for. A Scott Campbell
41.
lentil soup.
So you like Campbell's soup?
57.
The homemade variety,
Oh
obviously.
my goodness me. It was incredible. So much so that next time he's playing, I've requested some tubs so I can have some when I'm here on my lunch.
96.
I love that you've got players coming along to the Super Series and you're putting in food orders. Was it him, Ted Everts?
Oh yes, Ted and the. Problem is, he's probably going to be on tour next year, so we won't get that. Sam Spivey can cook.
60. Jimmy requires 60.
Jared Cole can use a microwave rather well. Double top for Meyer for 3-3.
40. Archie, you require 148.
Oh, 148 is on. But he can't find that first dart. So to save the
57.
match and to
Jimmy requires
bring it into a
20.
last leg decider, Jim Mayer looking at double 10.
And we have
Game
another
shot on the sixth
last
leg, Jim
leg
Mayer.
decider. 3-3 between Archie Self and Jim Meyer.
Seventh and final leg, it's Archie to throw first. Game
Meyer
on.
a win here. We'll move on to 12 points level with Archie Self. Archie could open up a 4-point gap from fourth place if he wins
97.
this leg.
Yeah. Every leg counts the same. We know this. Every leg does count the same, but some just feel like they got more weight on them
97.
than others. And this is most definitely one of them.
What's it Rod Studd says at the World Championships? All legs are equal, but some are more equal than
58.
others. It's rather Orwellian of him.
Yes, but it's true. We say the same of, about matches. Every match means the same. Every match is worth 2 points here at the Super Series. But when you get to the bitter end, some just feel like they're
60.
worth a bit more.
Proverbial 6-pointer.
57.
Well, about the halfway point of our day here in Portsmouth.
$100. $96.
Very little to split these two in this deciding leg. Jim can find a treble. He'll be down to a finish first.
58.
So Archie Self here, 6 starts to put himself in pole position for Group B, putting 4 points clear with
99.
Mayer, Mawson and Rodriguez with just 4 points for him left to play for. Some others have got 6 to play for still. But he'd open up a big gap.
96. Archie require 94.
Maybe John Rodriguez, Gary Mawson go head-to-head in the next game. But this, to win this game, double top,
74.
Gias drops low.
Been a couple of
Jimmy
key moments
required
where it's just
90.
pulled low. Jim Mayer won't be rushed on this 90.
May just be a dart at the bull. It is a dart at the bull to win it.
65.
That was to really
Archie
keep himself in
required
play.
20.
But he could find himself behind the 8 ball here. Archie Self double 10 to put himself in a really good position to qualify for Group B.
No score.
Oh, mate, he says. Oh, no, he'll be feeling potentially in a minute.
25.
4 chances to get across the line, Archie Self. Jim Mayer had the solitary dart of the boys. Now got 2 left, 16 remaining.
Make that 8 left.
17.
Yeah, and still 8 left. And you can just see Archie Self in the background having a stretch, hoping he gets the
20.
chance to come back to the oche.
Two 5s. Finds it. And eventually Archie Self gets over the line. It was more a game of who could hold it together and to who could burst over the line. And it was Archie Self who managed to crawl over the finishing post. But that win means he's on to 14 points. 4 clear of Jim Mayer. 4 clear of Gary Mawson. 4 clear of John Rodriguez, who go head to head on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to kick off game number 9 of our session here, and it's a meeting between John Rodriguez and Gary Mawson. Austria taking on the United States of America in our 9th match of the session. So, what are we going to see in this one, Lord? Because these two are the bottom 2 in the group, and the loser, well, they'll be the first player that will definitely know for certain that they're consigned to Group C on Thursday, Friday afternoon. The winner still in with a chance of making it into Group B.
56.
Yeah, it's very hard to know exactly what versions of these two players will be turning up, because there was a point in the game that Mawson played against Jim Mayer and he looked like he was right back in the zone. We had 3 maximums. It was 3 from 7 from his finishing, but just tailed off towards the end. And as for Rodriguez, it's been a mixed bag as well. Kicked off with a 4-2 win. Looked very comfortable
59.
up there, but less so in his 4-1 defeat at the hands of Mervyn King.
Yeah, could see pretty much anything in this game, really, couldn't we?
60.
Seemingly the one thing we can predict today is a very tight and close contest, because with the exception of a couple of 4-1s thrown in there, we've seen a lot of games go down to the
96.
wire.
Yeah, and again, I'm just looking at the results that we've had over the last couple of days, and Monday it was Gary Mawson getting the better of Robbie John in a rather scrappy affair, and
96.
much improved yesterday, but it was Robbie John that picked up his solitary win against Gary Mawson. So, yeah, I think this has the potential to throw off absolutely anything.
100.
It could be outstanding. It could be a bit like Monday, just a bit subpar.
$15. $119.
Well, Rodriguez leaves himself on 71 to take out the opening leg of this contest. Mawson unable
95.
to leave himself on a finish, so the Austrian with 6 darts from this point to take out the opening leg. He's going to get a dart, a double top. He's
Game
going to
shot on
make
the first
absolutely
leg.
no mistake
Roby
on
John
that target
Rodriguez.
whatsoever. Roby John Rodriguez off the mark. He leads Gary Mawson by a leg to nil.
First. Game on.
Yeah, steady opener for Rodriguez. Out in 18.
55. $58. 60. 57. 59.
'Bit of a tentative second leg from the pair.
137.
Yeah, to see a Austrian team at a international pairs
140.
tournament yet here at the Live Lounge. That could be something potentially on the radar in 2026.
Yeah,
85.
that's a specials week I really do quite enjoy, because we do get to see, I mean, pairs throws in a different element anyway, doesn't it? But then you get to see a variety of different players, different nations taking part.
36. Roby John, you require 164.
Another one of them. Finds it. Bullseye for the 164. Oh,
Game
wonderful.
shot, the
Absolutely
second leg.
wonderful. It's a big
Roby
finish from
John
Little John. The
Rodriguez.
164, the second one hit of the day.
Third leg
And
is Roby
that
John to throw first.
will hit Gary
Game.
Mawson exactly where it hurts.
I don't think he could have got that bullseye any more central. And And I think this is what
77.
might be slightly baffling to Roby John, is the fact that there are these magical moments. He has hit a fair few 180s as well. And when that finishing is on
85.
point, we've seen a big 3-figure out from him every single day. The 145 on Monday, the 149 yesterday, and now the 164. To be fair, if he keeps trending in that direction, we'll need a 167 and a 170, and then
100.
he'll have a bit of a set.
I'm going to say something which might be deemed a little
30.
bit controversial here. I'd like to see international pairs which doesn't feature the likes of England and Scotland. So we see different nations involved.
59.
So the likes of your Swedens, the likes of your Austrias. You know, different nations that don't often get the limelight that other tournaments have had. So maybe finding
43.
unearthed gems in different parts of the world.
Yeah, there's definitely an argument there, isn't there, to showcase as much and as varying levels of talent that we've got across the globe. I think one of the
26.
issues sometimes is going to be logistics. It'll be great to see a few more players coming over at the Asian Tour. We obviously got to see Goto here a couple of weeks ago.
Well, for example, we haven't seen an Australian team yet playing international pairs.
125.
I tell you a team that could do some damage. Team Hong Kong. Man Luk Leung and
140.
when you think about the Japanese team, you can have Haruki Muratsu, Tomoya Goto, Philippines, Alexis Toilo and Paolo Nebreda.
58. Roby John require 99.
Yeah, there's definitely a great deal of players that are emerging through that Asian Tour.
59. Gary, you require 160.
Big fan of that Liao Hu Chan from Chinese Taipei as well. He can throw a mean dart.
140. Roby John required 40.
Well, this will be for 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg. Roby John Rodriguez.
Roby John Rodriguez, 3 from 3 on his doubling, and including that
Four-legged Gary to
magnificent
throw first.
164. It has been an area that he has struggled in. But what he's done so well is he's denied Mawson any opportunity at even having a go at finishing off a leg.
Actually, just going back to nations from that part of the world.
140.
The next one, the next nation probably to pop, it looks like it's going to be Mongolia. And young Turgle, who's doing some great stuff in the JDC, he's been
42.
playing some local competitions in and around this area recently, and he can throw a serious dart.
$90.
Well, you just look to some of the results that you saw over in the World Cup, and Japan were very dominant in both the men's and the women's.
123.
Women's tournament, you had the likes of a Chinese Taipei player making the back end, making the semi-finals.
Can only be good for the sport.
Absolutely.
99.
The fact that tournaments like being held in places like South Korea shows how far the sport has come in recent times.
Yeah, and I think next stop for the World Cup will be over in Egypt in a couple of years.
120.
And the Europe Cup in between that over in the Faroe Islands in 2026. So definitely looking at moving it around the globe.
I've heard good things about that venue in the Faroe Islands.
85.
Heard nothing but positive stuff. I was out in Denmark, and the officials out there said that they were there for the Faroese Open event on the WDF, and they said it was one of the best run events on the calendar.
Gary require 87.
Yeah, things you like to hear. The expansion of our sport, and how much Mawson would like to hear.
$69.
Yeah, we'd have liked to have heard
Roby John, you require
game
156.
shot on that particular leg. not going to be, and it might come after this. 156 for Albie John. Double 18 for another ton topper, and it's a 156 to seal the match for Roby John Rodriguez. Absolutely outstanding performance from him, especially when it came to the finishes. We saw a magnificent 164. We saw the 156 there at the end to seal a 4-0 victory. 990 average for him, denying Mawson any chance at a double. Coming up next, King takes on Self.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Archie with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't
He
get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
So 9 games down, and Mervyn King has already sealed his place through to Saturday night's final. He won Group A. If we're going to be honest, he won it a bit of a canter, really. Really good day for him. And everybody else is battling for Group B positions. Archie Self is in pole position to get it. 14 points, good legs difference. Everybody else within a couple of points of one another as we enter the final couple of rounds for the day, which kicks off with Archie Self and Mervyn King, the top 2 players in this Group A table, going head-to-head. For Mervyn, he's just looking to carrying on, looking to get to a maximum of 24 points in this group. Archie Self can get to a maximum of 18. And if he wins this, then he's pretty much nailed on to finish in one of the couple of Group B positions
First leg against
for the
Mervyn to
beginning
throw
of play
first.
tomorrow
Game
and
on.
Friday night, which Glenn Durrant will be here with you for on Thursday and Friday evening here at the Live Lounge. Couple of days off already, Laura.
81.
Yeah, I'll be back for what will be a double session on Saturday. Here for the evening finals, kicking off at 7:30 live on Pluto TV. But we've also got the WADC Tour finals as well. I'm really looking forward to that.
59.
Got a interesting MC as well on Saturday for that.
140.
Might it be yourself by any chance?
Indeed, which means there will be a legendary line coming back to the Live Lounge.
120. 96. 137.
So 1, 2, 5 for Archie Self to take the lead. Bull 25, and the bullseye is there to be hit, and the bullseye is hit. What a brilliant finish from Archie Self. And look at the smile. You couldn't wipe it off his face.
Second leg, it's Archie to throw.
Mervyn King shows a bit of acknowledgement, but I tell you now, he wouldn't have been happy about that.
99.
Yeah, it was interesting there because Archie just walking up to the board, as casual as you like, turns round, Mervyn offers him the fist bump, and that you say that smile just beaming across the face of the 16-year-old.
That's going to be one that I'm sure he will have clipped up and he'll be playing again and again and again.
96. 40.
Well, by way of that 1-2-5 finish, it was a breaker throw for Archie Self, but he's got Mervyn King on the back foot
59.
once again. And these two have been involved in a couple of really high-quality contests so far this week. Both have gone the way of the more experienced player in Merv.
95.
But Monday it was 4-2, and yesterday it was a narrow 4-3 victory.
100.
Well, just to find a ton to leave himself on a finish. Come out the traps really well here. Archie Self, really good performance up to
96.
press, and
Archie
Mervyn King has kind of been
147.
powerless to do anything about it.
$57. 100. Archie required 90.
Well, this fought 2-0. One dart, double 5.
85. Mervyn, you require 110.
Well, this really would light up the blue touch paper for Mervyn King. Treble 18 for the double. Just drops low. Couple of tired darts just beginning to creep in here for Merv.
Archie require 5.
Maybe just an indication that the job is... He's not the type that would put the foot off the pedal anyway, but I think naturally that adrenaline can just cause out the body a little bit. Archie Self is still fighting for Group B spot. He could pretty much wrap it up for win here, and he finds himself 2-0 to the good.
Game on.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point you make there, because I've often said, you know, you can't necessarily manufacture the adrenaline and the drive and the concentration that you need once you know that job is done. I think the focus for Merv now will just be to try and go through the card to just make sure he just finishes his day on as big a positive note as possible. But Archie Self is making it really difficult for him.
Well, we saw it at the Grand Slam, didn't we, last week, where there was a couple of dead rubber games on the Monday and Tuesday, and it's not as if the players aren't trying, but when you haven't got that
26,
as you say, that natural adrenaline, that natural need or necessity to do something, the body just doesn't react the same. It's just a natural
96.
instinct. It's not as if he's chasing any records in terms of record points hauls or things like that. they're just games to complete. Yes, he's going to try his best and he's going to try and do as well as he can, but it's just finding that intensity, which when you're in that situation, is just very hard to come by.
Well, that a much better visit from Mervyn King, and a slight slip from Archie self means there's very little to split the two in this third leg.
But isn't it also interesting as well that it tends to impact the player who's had a more positive campaign more negatively, and then the player who's had the more negative campaign more positively?
95.
Yeah, I think it goes back to what you say, is just manufacturing that kind of adrenaline. Because if you are the player that perhaps hasn't picked up a win in that day, then you do find that you're focusing. For the players that aren't in Merv's position, that aren't going through, they know they've got to play tomorrow. So to finish on a positive note, it feels really important to take it into either Group B or Group C.
58.
Well, Self leaves himself on a ton to reduce Mervyn King's chances to close to rubble. Hasn't even given him a dart at the Barney Rubbles in this game.
100. Archie
If he
require
can
100.
convert this ton, he will deny Merv a chance back at the Oki in leg 3.
42. Mervyn, you require
Well, this is the first
72.
chance that Mervyn King has had so far in this contest. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double 12. Now, sixes.
Game shot on the third leg.
Double 6 found. The
Mervyn
gap
King.
residualised. Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Archie to throw first.
Well, you mentioned
Game
that Mervyn twice a runner-up at the Players' Championship Finals. 10 years apart. Lost out in the final in 2010 to an Australian bloke called Paul Nicholson. And then 10 years later, lost to Michael Van Gerwen in the final of that
60.
particular competition. Luke Humphries looking to win the title for the third consecutive year. In fact, if what
96.
he's saying is turned out to be true, he might be looking for a hat-trick, and he may not be coming back to defend it the year after, because he was talking in the press, wasn't he, during the course of the Grand Slam about potentially,
137.
because of the calendar and everything else that's going on, skipping all 34 Players' Championship events in 2026.
95.
It's something that is often highlighted, is because the tour now is so jam-packed full of events, then you do have to be slightly more selective when you are at the top end
52.
of the sport.
Archie, you require
I'm not sure whether he'll go through with
170.
all 34. I think perhaps assess how the season starts off and go from there.
60.
Do you reckon maybe it'd be a case to just get the Premier League out the way? We've skipped them, and maybe towards the middle of the year where the calendar eases up a little bit, they may play a couple there.
I think so. I think it's very much, I think players just have to react based on how
81.
the season is actually progressing.
Archie, you require 110.
Oh, 110 for Self to open up a 3-1 lead. Treble 17 gets it. Double top
90.
for what would have been a 4th ton topper of the day.
I think when you factor in things like Euro Tours, and then you've got the World Series events as well, I think that's when it becomes really quite intense, and you do have to be a little bit more selective.
57. Archie required 20.
Well, double 10 for Archie Self to lead this game by 3 legs to 1. Good guide,
Game
uses
shot on
it
the fourth
perfectly.
leg.
Archie Self
Archie
a leg
Self.
away from victory against Mervyn King. I often
Fifth
look
leg is Mervyn
at
to throw
tennis by way
first.
of
Game
a comparison for a sport, because we've seen as that calendar's further expanded that the top players, the likes of your Alcarazes, your Sinners, your Djokovic's, on the men's side, and then on the women's
81.
side, the likes of your Coco Gauff and whatever. The 250, which is the lowest kind of points events, a lot of players just don't bother playing in anymore, because
59.
they back themselves to say when it gets to the important events like the 1000s and things like that, they'll get the points required to qualify themselves to what they need to qualify for. It wouldn't surprise me if that's the way that, well, it's beginning to become that way
137.
anyway, but even more so in the future, that players just strategically pick apart the year and say, right, if I play in a couple of these, do what I need to do to qualify for mine here, and just be done with it.
96.
Well, yeah, you could make a similar argument to how Luke Littler's managed his diary. going into that final set of Players' Championships events, he wasn't actually qualified.
97.
So I think perhaps for that event, it could be a case of doing just enough.
And you can see it from the
96.
seedings as well for the finals. The Going Price isn't the number 1 seed. He was the one pretty much out of the Premier League players that was playing the most on the Pro Tour. Probably him and Chris Dobie's the number 5 seed. Then you got the likes of Wessel Nyman, number 2 seed. Ross Smith's the number 4 seed for the tournament. Jermaine Watamaina's the number 6 seed. Damon Head number 3 seed.
99.
And then you go to the other extreme and you've got the world number 1 at 36 and the world number 2 at 58.
It just says it all. I mean, him and Jan van Veen's a first round game.
51.
Archie Self looking at 151 to win this particular
151.
contest. Well, he's already had 1 ton plus checkout. And he's going to win it with another stunner. It's Archie Self.
Archie Self.
He's so proud of himself. And Mervyn King giving him a stare as to say, really? He really is that good. 2 ton plus checkouts. A lot of respect between 2 players who comprise different generations. But it's a younger man who wins today's meeting. And for Archie Self, that's a win which puts him very much now on the cusp of Group B. That's how he did it. Brilliant finishing from him. Coming up next, Gary Mawson takes on Johan Gildenhuys.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had 1. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Johan van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the 2nd time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion. Jeff Smith.
It's a win for Wilkie. And another one for Yorkshire.
Keegan rolls back the ears.
Neil Duff.
Will get a match start at the bottom. There it is. Neil Duff.
David Pallett.
At long last, it's glory for David Pallett.
Jensen Walker. Young man, our champion.
David Evans.
And he finds Tops.
Jamie
The first weekly win.
Game start and the match. Some side.
It's an awesome fourth title for Tom Sykes.
Derek Coulson.
This is DC's universe.
Derek Coulson, 5-star performer.
Alex Small.
Heavenly from that Welshman.
Charlie Manby.
Big opportunity.
The call. And the match.
Champagne Charlie Manby.
So this is how Champions Week looks. These are the 11 players that are in action. 5 of them have already confirmed their places into Group A for next week. I can tell you that the player that's awaiting their fate as to whether they're playing the full week or the 2-day group is Keegan Brown. He's going to be the one the most interested on Saturday night because he could be playing the full week or he could be playing a couple of days. But that is how the series list of winners looks so far. The final one will be confirmed on Saturday night, live, of course, here on Pluto TV. It could well be Mervyn King. It could well be Archie self. He beat the King 4-1 before the break. That sealed his qualification in Group C. And my word, did he do it in some style. A 1-5-1 checkout to get over the line and to pretty much rubber stamp his status as a Group B player come Thursday and Friday night. So Mawson and Gildenhuys is our next game on. Johan, for whom today it's just not quite happened, has it? Hasn't picked up a win as of yet, and where it looked like he could potentially go on and win the group, he finds himself in a position where he could find himself dropping into Group C on Thursday and Friday. He was speaking so positively this morning about how today could go in his favour, but it's, if we're going to be honest, it's gone south for him.
And you do find with some players, when they're on the cusp of doing something that they haven't done before, and for Gildenhuys that would have been qualifying via the Group A route, when it's in touching distance, things can really start to slip away quickly. And I think that's what we've seen there. You can see from the in-play table now, Archie Self solid in second position, 16 points. Gildenhuys still on 12 points, hasn't picked up a win at all today.
Hanging on by the tungsten coattails.
140.
Roby John Rodriguez. Now, he's quietly risen up the table. He was bottom at one point today, but now moved himself up to fourth position. Jim Mayer could be another one of those players that may feel as if opportunity today may have just passed him by after what was a very
59.
positive Tuesday for him. And Gary Mawson, 10 points, minus 12 legs difference. Again, another player who had an opportunity at the beginning of the day, but it looks like an opportunity that's going to come to pass for the American. He was in Group B last time. He'll be in Group C, it seems, this time around. Alongside the likes of Trina Gulliver, James Walding,
135.
and Martin Turner. Then tomorrow night, we've got Stephen Plumstead, Dean Finn and
40.
Tommy Lishman entering the fray from 10 o'clock. Big sporting day, big sporting night tomorrow. And if you're one of them that's planning an all-nighter, then we've got the perfect night for you because you can watch live darts until 1:30. And then the cricket begins. The Ashes gets underway not long after. Triple 17. unable to go. So Gildenhuys back for 107. I wonder if we're going to bring back the Ashes
94.
cricket challenge again this time around, like we did last
Johan
time.
require 107.
It's one of my favourite challenges, that was.
Yeah, the 107 proving too much of a challenge for Gildenhuys.
99. Gary require 57.
57 for Mawson to strike the first blow in this contest. And it's double 18.
39.
Just clips the wire on the inside.
Johan, you require 8.
Two fours.
Game shot on the
1-0
first.
Gildenhuys
Johan
on the board on what has been a otherwise troubling day for the South African.
Second leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
If you haven't seen that Ashes challenge, do head over to our Modus Super Series YouTube channel where you can watch it in its entirety. It's very much worth 10 minutes of your time during the day. And if you also tune into the Super Series YouTube channel, you can actually watch highlights of every single session here, uploaded as soon as the last dart goes in. And you can watch back all of the daily highlights from every single session here.
41.
Oh, the perfect start here for Gildenhuys in leg number 2. He was lucky not to have knocked out more than just that last dart because they were hanging on by a thread.
He'd built up a tungsten barrier. Well, have a look as well at the mark it's made on the bottom of the treble 20
81.
bed. It's left a bit of a piercing.
Yeah, you were early talking about the Ashes, talking about cricket, and cricket's another game that actually Gary Mawson has excelled in previously.
121.
Very, very popular over in the US. He was national champion all the way back in 2007. But I do wonder if that's why he has the kind of proclivity to quite often go for a ball with one dart in hand, because they play darts off the bullseye so often.
Spinner. Night watchman.
Give you silly point, I think.
Game shot on the
Gildenhuys,
second
that's a dozen darter.
Johan Gildenhuys. Third leg, it's Gary to throw first.
South Africa, the best cricket team in the world at the minute.
Game on.
And he's got a smile on his face on what has otherwise been, as we've kind of mentioned a couple of times, a difficult day for him. But yeah, cricket's such a popular sport, the darting version of cricket, that is anyway, out in the
45.
United States. You go and play in tournaments over the weekend, as you probably know. It'd be it's a case of you play a cricket tournament over the course of the weekend on top of your normal 501 stuff.
Well, yeah, I was out in Florida earlier on in the year. Gary Mawson played in the same events, and yeah, like you say, when we play in the UK, you normally just play 501 singles, 501 pairs. You might have a triples event as well. In America, they do the exact same, but for cricket as well. So instead of having kind of 4 or 5 tournaments to play, and you've got nigh on kind of 10 to 15 over a couple of days play. It's pretty full on when you go out there.
Yeah, it's certainly crammed the schedule. But then when you think about the geography as well and how far players have to travel to go to events, they're going to try and pack as much in as they possibly can.
Well, I reckon it probably took us as long to come from the UK as it can for some places in North America to get to Florida. So, yeah, totally understand why they play as many as they
95.
do.
We moan when people have to drive 40 minutes to a tournament. 40 minutes is like the next local club out there. And that's a short distance.
Yeah, I've spoken to a lot of nations. You speak to players that play over in Australia or even in
85.
Northern Europe, and they're also used to, Super League matches where we like you say, 10, 15, 20 minutes down the road. If it's not on your doorstep, then you do tend to hear a few complaints from people over here in the UK.
60. Johan, you require
Well,
147.
Johan's had a lot of ton plus finishes hit against him today. He's had 4 of them. Is he going to find one of his own with a 147? Found the ball with dart 2 and he's got tops with dart 3. What a brilliant 147 from Johan Gildenhuys.
Fourth leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, look at those last 2 legs from Gildenhuys. Kicked off with a 17, but back-to-back 12 dart legs. Despite the disappointment of losing those opening 3, look at the averages. Just around the 108 mark. That will bring it down slightly, but looking at putting in his best performance.
Well, back-to-back dozen darters for
6.
Johan Gildenhuys to go 3-0 to the good, accrue the double break of throw. Well, we often say about players, it's not about how well you play when you play well, but how
59.
well can you play when you're faced with adversity. And Johan Gildenhuys has been hit by a few today. He hasn't let his head drop, and what he's providing here is the best darts we've seen all day.
85.
If he does get across the line, obviously it's going to do wonders. If he can do it by a big scoreline for that leg difference as well, it'll put him on 14 points, confirm that place in position number 3. But the next game coming up is Rodriguez, and he's taking on Jim Mayer. So
60.
Rodriguez, the only player really that could match that 14-point total in this 4th round of 3.
Yeah, 4 more games to go following the conclusion of this.
85.
And then don't forget to stay tuned because we have an exclusive interview with Devon Peterson about his ADC Global Championship success. That's after we're done with the live darts here on
121.
Pluto TV. And what do you give for 171 here to leave a ton?
86.
Yeah, sweep away with the hand. Not happy with the last start because it is afforded Gildenhuys 6 starts from a position from 216. And you can see the intensity. He's really geeing himself up.
Are these the last 3 darts Johan Gildenhuys
65.
throws in this game?
Johan, you require 116.
Awkward. Oh, he's done so well there to find a way through. Double 18 for the match. Gary Mawson thinks it's going to go.
98.
But
Gary, you require
unable
120.
to get the double 18.
Yeah, Mawson just nodding his head in the background. So has this game gone? Treble 20 required, and that's another slip from Mawson.
44. Johan, you require 18.
And so this to wrap up a comprehensive win. A really good performance as well from Johan Gildenhuys. A couple of 12 darters to put him in charge of the game, and this to finish off the game.
Game
6 for double 6 to seal a 4-0 win for Johan Gildenhuys against Gary Mawson. Average in the end of 98.56 for the South African. 4 from 7 on his doubles, and the highlight most definitely being that 147 checkout. Coming up after the break, Jim Mayer takes on Raul John Rodriguez. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn King. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn King. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, where we've just seen Johan Gildenhuys win 4-0, an emphatic victory over Gary Mawson to move him on to 14 points. He is now in 3rd position in this race for Group B. We know Mervyn King will be with us on Saturday. He's topped the table. He did that a while back, but there is still a little bit of a race going on for the Group B spots. You have Jim Mayer currently sat in 5th position on the table on 10 points. Roby John just above him in 4th position on 12 points. A win for Roby John, and that puts him on to 14. He won't go above Gildenhuys because the leg difference is just so there's just a big gap between the pair of them, but still making for very interesting
97.
reading. 3 more games to come after this, and could there be some shuffling in the order?
Well,
48.
I know it's Christmas and people talk about Elf on the Shelf, but Self will be on the Group B shelf come the end of play
83.
this afternoon. That was terrible, wasn't it?
I've heard better, I'll be honest. Trying to shoehorn in an Elf on the Shelf pun.
Yeah, not even Alan Partridge would drop that low. And the other spot, as you say, is PO for interpretation. Roby John, the only problem is he's going to have to win some games big here. The problem he's got is, yes, he can match in terms of points or whatever, but with the legs difference, if it was to be a situation where him and Johan are level on points, he's going to have to win some games big.
40.
Yeah, we did see in his last outing, he won 4-0 over Gary Mawson. And
100.
did a world of good to that leg difference, but Gildenhuys just did the same thing to Mawson, kind of balancing it out.
82. Jimmy requires
If
76.
he was to sneak through, then it'd be a categorical bonus for Albie John, particularly the way the last couple of
shot
days
the
have gone. But
first
that's
leg,
a
Jim Meyer.
really good pop combo for Jim Meyer. The 76 goes to give the Luxembourgian the
John to
lead.
throw first.
Yeah, when you consider when we were looking at the table at the beginning of the session earlier on today, and Albie John Rodriguez sat at the foot
61.
of the table, and now we're talking about him in the context of perhaps securing a Group B spot. Archie himself, he was 5th on the table. He now finds himself
85.
very comfortably in 2nd spot.
I said it was a group that we felt that someone, if they could grab by the scruff of the neck, could have some real joy. And with full credit to Mervyn King and Archie
60.
Self, they're the two that have done exactly that today, and they've got their just awards for it. Mervyn King winning the group and Archie Self guaranteeing the next best prize, and for him probably the realistic prize of getting into Group B.
96. $59. $180.
First maximum goes the way of Jim Meyer. Jim Meyer perhaps
40.
looking to finish his
Jimmy
Group A
Require
campaign
140.
on a bit of a high.
$60.
Well, 80 left after 12. Much better performance this. And Albie John Rodriguez piling in a max of his own to put pressure on this, and it's only going to be the one dart. A double 10. That may actually work out to be a happy accident because he had a clean target to aim at.
As it transpires, it was way off the mark. And it's double 16 for the 101.
Game shot the
What
second
an
leg.
outshot.
Roby John
In
Rodriguez.
terms of finishing, we saw some magnificent finishes
Third
from
leg against Jim to
Rodriguez.
throw first. Game on.
In that 4-0 victory over Gary Mawson just a few games ago. He had the 164, the 156 to win it, but he was 4 from 4 on his doubling.
60.
This is a much better version of Roby John Rodriguez we're seeing now. More like the player we've seen have his tangible successes on the PDC
80.
Pro Tour circuit. We're wondering what we're going to get from him on debut here.
135.
And we are just beginning to see maybe some more glimpses from him.
$86. $90.
I'm going to join a number of debutantes to have 1 week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Mervyn King,
140.
on his first week here.
Yeah, there are players that when they come in for the very first time to settle into the
57.
arena really quickly.
Mathematical radar went off just for a couple of seconds there for Jim.
90.
And he may well be punished to the hilt for it because Rodriguez has left himself on 105. And the way that he's been finishing on this Wednesday, then you wouldn't put anything past him.
77. Roby John to require 105.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many miscalculations. Triple 18, and again, it's that double 16 target.
89. Jimmy require 82.
He's scaring everything right now in that kind of range. Two at tops. For another pop for Mayer.
Game shot on the
Another
third
pop it
leg.
is.
Jim
2-1
Meyer.
to the good. This game has seen
Fourth leg is
more
Roby John to throw first.
combinations than a locksmith.
180.
It's looking like it's getting its fair share of maxis as well. Second one for Rodriguez, third in the match.
90. $134.
It's a good recovery with his last two darts from Rodriguez. 134 to back up
63.
the 180.
$171.
This is some response. Down to 16 after just 9. A potential 10-dart leg incoming from Ralby John.
56. Robbie John
What a leg
requires
this
16.
is. He's got to be careful, and that was exactly what I was going to say. Now he may think about busting.
Game
Or not,
shot on the
or
fourth
not.
leg.
Just hit.
Robbie John
2-2.
Rodriguez. Fifth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
You and I spoke after yesterday's session, and we were saying we felt like the player that may have been the most disappointed in the way it went on Tuesday was
91.
probably Ralby John, and the way he's played today, this has been the most consistent that we've seen from him so far this week at a very good level.
125.
I'm beginning to get the sense, if Ralby is just beginning to play himself into a bit of form, that I don't think it may matter what group he's in.
39.
Of course you want to be in the one that's 3 from 5, obviously, but if he plays like this, then he should back himself to be one of the 2 from 6 in Group C.
134.
Yeah, in terms of Group A, you feel, is it all just clicking a little bit too late? But what you have to take from this, knowing that you're going to play the next couple of days, that positivity,
64.
that feel-good factor that you get from everything feeling like it should be.
$60. $96.
Well, this
$130.
has been a real spurt from Ralby John. 12 dart in the previous leg. Potential 14 darter here. And this more impactful as well because this is on the Jim Mayer throw.
84. Robbie John
So
required
he'd have the
52.
darts in the next to get the job done if he can first of all convert this.
No
No,
score.
no, he's bust it.
Jim, you require 127.
Gone from being a bit hit and miss when it comes to the treble 20 to being too accurate.
My word, would the 1-2-7 change the game? And how many times in those situations
59.
and one of two things happen?
Robbie
Either the
John
opponent
requires
hits
52.
the next shot, or Ralby John will take this clean as a whistle. This double 16's hit. Okay, this double 8's hit.
36.
Okay, neither's happened.
Jimmy requires 68.
$13 just gets the 13.
48.
And just narrowly misses
Robbie
the
John
tops.
requires 16.
It's a let off here for Rodriguez, who's still looking for that breaker throw.
2 8s for 3-2. Now chasing double 4. One left.
12. Jimmy required 20.
You see that frustration just starting to boil over for Robbie John because he had been very, very accurate on the outer ring, and that had been an element of the game that had
Game
been
shot on the fifth leg,
problematic,
Jim
and
Mayer.
it's proven so in a leg that could prove vital towards the end of this match.
Sixth leg against Robbie John.
What
to
annoying
throw
more than
first.
anything, he was playing so well and he looked like he put himself in such a good position and he's just let it slip.
Yeah, and I don't know whether
84.
going into that treble 20 bed off the 52 had any real impact. He didn't seem too bothered by it when he came back.
81. 59. $44. $134.
Another leg where Rodriguez is on track to get across the line, but back comes Mayer with a second max of his own.
Well, he's closing in on a win in a game which it looked like for so long Ralby John Rodriguez
90.
had dominated. And this is why this could be such a strange game at times. There's been such shifts in terms of patterns in this
81.
game.
Mervyn John number 134. $56. Jim, you require 115.
115 required for the match. 58 remaining.
Well, what sort of rumblings are
75.
happening here?
Mervyn John requires 78.
Mayer missing a match-winning opportunity. Is Rodriguez going to take us the distance? He's going to get one dart in his hand at double top. And takes it. And takes us all the way.
Rodriguez.
When it comes to
7th and
Mervyn
final
John,
leg, it's Jim to throw
you
first.
have to say, it seems to
Game
be a
on.
bit all or nothing. It's either a combination finish or we can't find the double at all.
Have a look at that. 6 legs played, all gone with throw.
93.
But if Mervyn John Rodriguez has got an appetite to play in Group B, then he has to win this leg against throw.
He's definitely looking hungry up there for the win.
125.
It's a lot more animated, isn't he, than we've seen in the last couple of days.
Just wonder whether he's beginning to fancy it a bit now. And sometimes when you do have a bit of time
100.
away, yeah, the appetite is there, the fire's there, but sometimes you can't really get yourself into it. I feel like now he really is into it. But have a look at that. The 130 pluses for Mervyn John, the 2 treble turns.
125.
That's been the telling difference between the pair in terms of the power scoring.
Yeah, and you just really have to look back when he had the opportunity to break.
112.
He had the opportunity to break Mayer earlier on in the match and missed a handful of darts at a double. Is that going to cost him?
Is that in? Is it in? Is it in? It's in!
180.
Diligently looking on by
44.
Owen Binks,
Mervyn John
making sure that it
requires
was touching the
71.
board.
Well, this for the match and to complete the comeback win. It's double top. He hasn't led at any point in this game.
31.
And he's had a dart to win it.
require 152.
It's 152 for Mayer, and we saw Rodriguez take out a 156 in a 4-0 win over Mawson earlier. Can Jim find the 152? He can't.
And so Rodriguez back for tops
140.
to
Mervyn John
complete a
require
4-3 win.
40.
Hasn't led at any point in the contest. In it goes. And look at what it means to Mervyn John Rodriguez. He hadn't led at any point in the contest, but he hit the match-winning double. That's the only time when it matters to lead. Inspired by his family and beginning to put in some inspired performances. Mervyn John Rodriguez gets the better of Jim Mayer by 4 legs to 3. Final round, Gary Mawson against Mervyn King.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart for the match.
20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one, on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Data tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Data double 16 gets the job done there for Johan van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go over the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game! Go! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion! Jeff Smith!
Double 16 to become the tour champion. To end a fairy tale year of return of a title, double 4. WADC Windmill Championship Tour winner, Gemma. 100 now. But that is a visit of a champion. But a chance nonetheless, this will be the first topper of the Championship Tour finals.
She has double 19, Shanghai in the 19s. And she does so.
Game started. But she only needed the one. Of ADC Global Champion, the African Warrior, Devon Peterson! Well, you're in the right place if you're enjoying the darts here on Pluto TV, because we've got more for you this weekend. It's the third edition of the Winmau Tour Championship Finals. Gemma Hayter looking to retain the title that she won 12 months ago. We're going to be live from 12:30 here on Pluto TV for that. And the ADC Global Championship kicks off on Monday the 1st of December. It's the second edition of the competition. Devon Peterson, the defending champion of that, and live coverage will be broadcast around the world on Pluto TV. In fact, we can give you the draw for that now, because the first group will take place on Monday the 1st of December. And we're going to see a two-time former major finalist in Wesley Newton in action on the opening day. He's going to be alongside Callum Goffin, Johnny Haynes, Mladen Radosavlicic, Roland Lengren, Timothy Verbrew and Janty van den Berg on the opening day. The opening match of the tournament is a meeting between Sweden and Wales. Well, to be fair, it could have been Swindon and Wales because Johnny Haynes is in it, but it's Roland Lengren up against Callum Goffin to get the tournament underway.
83.
Group 2, Brian Dawson, Gary Stone, John O'Shea, Nico Plovier, Sander van Ockenberg-Zwan, Stein de Klerk and Tom Sykes. As Mervyn kicks off this game with a maxi. He's not going to be at the Global Championship. He's going to be at the PDC World Championship. And with darts like that, he's going to be a real fancy threat at Alexandra Palace.
100.
Yeah, it's been an all-round really professional few days in terms of performance levels for Mervyn King. We've seen the dizzy heights of the 111 yesterday, but he's done more than enough to seal that top spot with room to spare.
He's been the best player in this group, and rightly so. He has got the honour of picking up the Group A
100.
title. Couple of days off, back for another Saturday night campaign. Played in the first Champions Week of 2025. We're going to play in the final Champions Week of 2025.
100.
Yeah, Mervyn King suffered his first defeat in his last outing at the hands of Archie Self. It was a 4-1 victory for the 16-year-old over the experienced campaigner Mervyn King.
84.
But Mervyn King really is looking to bounce straight back here.
Thinking his options through, decides to play the percentages, go for the
59.
bull. And almost fine. He's skimming the wire.
58.
Well, mentioning that 111 average, it was against Mawson that he found his top stride.
25.
And he's looking rather good in this last match of his Group A campaign.
Game shot on the first
14 dart to
Mervyn
open
King.
up game number 13.
Feels rather routine, doesn't
Second leg,
it,
it's
for
Mervyn
Mervyn
to throw
King?
first. Game on.
Well, we did mention some of the other groups that are going to be in play for that particular competition. Remember, 4 from 7 go through the first group.
100.
Group 3, Adam Mole, Brandon Reening, Peter Venturi, Phil Johnson-Hale, Ricardo Ham, Shane Turner, and Steve DeBuck will be in that. Group 4, the other
100.
Australian qualifier, Adam Leake, Carl Wilson, Evan Springborg Poulsen, Joanne Aldershaw, Stuart Dutton, TBC, good player TBC. Always see them in the draw somewhere or another. And Zereso Zevabum. ZZ looking to be top of that particular group. Group 5, Chaz Pasto, Jack Tweddle, Jeff Smith, Michael Huntley, Robbie Martin, Stefano Bozicek,
100.
and Wesley Van Schipe. That's a tough group to decipher. Group 7, Dean Gallagher, Devon Peterson, Johan Brouwer, Johnny Barnes, Patrick Decker,
78.
TBC, the brother of TBC, and Vicky Galtoriccio. Group 7, Christian Perez, Danny Van Schaik, Gary Hayes, Jamie Kelling, Kurt Parry,
45.
Panagiotis, Christoph Pathifs, and the third brother of the TBCs. And Group 8, Arne Spey, Conor Heenahan, Graham Hall, Jamie Owens, Jordan Matthews, Niall Cullerton and Sean
21.
Holly. Quite appropriate that we got someone called Holly over the Christmas period.
Well, Mawson
100.
in this meeting looking to fire straight back at Mervyn King, who, compared to that emphatic first leg where he went out in 14, hasn't really found the same kind of pace.
83. Gary, you require 156.
So 156 for Mawson to level up at 1 apiece. 6 starts from here to do exactly that. Can't be done now.
45.
King looking to add all kinds of pressure to this 111 for Gary Mawson.
111.
111 for Mawson. He's going to get a dart. Tops to level up.
91.
Just low. King's back for
You require 40.
the 2-0 lead, having got the break in the opener.
Game shot on the second leg. Mervyn King.
Mervyn King managed
Third
to
leg, it's
battle his
Gary
way
to throw
back
first.
into that leg by way
Game
of that beautiful 1-3-4 to set up the tops.
Is this the point where Mervyn King just begins to flex his muscles a little bit in this contest? 2-0 to the good. And we've seen it so many times in this group that when he's got in front, he's been able to front one so well and efficiently.
$41.
Two very different Group A campaigns for these two
122.
seasoned players. King, as mentioned, sat comfortably in top spot. 20 points to his name. A win here would put him on 22. Gary Mawson, however, has slid to
61.
the bottom of the table. Suffered a couple of 4-0 defeats, and the leg difference means that if he can't find a win, that is where he will finish.
And of course, for someone like Gary Mawson, who's made the
50.
travel all the way over from the United States, every penny is pivotal in terms of kind of reclaiming and recapturing the expense that it would cost him to come over and play in the first place.
121.
They're not cheap flights from Florida to the UK and back.
No, I can vouch for that.
100.
Quite often, it's not. You speak to a lot of dart players. It's not necessarily all about the money. It's about the opportunity to play in a tournament like this.
125. Mervyn, you require 80.
So 80 for King to go 3-0 to the good in this game. Tops, but it's awkward.
60.
And these are the kind of shots
Gary,
that Gary
require
Mawson's kind of being restricted
130.
to here.
Has only had the one solitary dart at a double in the first couple of legs. Will he get another one here? Well, he will do, and it's back at the top of the board.
93.
And that landing in a very similar position as
then
it
you
did in the
require
previous
20.
leg.
So 2-10 for King to move 3-0 to the good. Well, he was
10.
trying to work his way in, and he can't
Gary, you
believe
require
he hasn't
20.
managed to find a way through, but it's presented Gary Mawson with a plausible opportunity to get himself back into this contest. Can he just nudge it over the top, clip off the
Game
barrel,
shot on the third
finds
leg.
a way
Gary
in,
Mawson.
works his way through, and works a way back into this contest.
Fourth leg, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on. $135.
Mervyn King finding a good adjustment with the second two darts. The first one was a bit of a flyer, and again, Merv's reaction tells you pretty much all you need to know.
85.
Would you like the answer to today's tungsten teaser?
I would indeed.
So the question was, of the top 10 winning averages on a Champions Night,
60.
how many of them are from players that are now on tour?
$96.
And the correct answer is 1.
100.
Owen Bates, the highest ever Champions Night average. The only one in the top 10 of players until now.
100.
A couple of them. A couple of them are going to be... They're going to be tour professionals next year.
I love it when
85.
commentary just comes down to random noises.
I didn't even know I had that noise. I found a new sound effect. What I'm saying is a couple of them, they're going to be on tour next year.
121.
Bo Greaves and Darius Labanauskas, but they're not there yet. So Owen Bates, the only one, has the highest ever Champions Night average, 113.29 and a 4-1 win against Darrell Pilgrim. Player with the highest losing average actually is a tour card holder, but we won't name any names. Anyway, 120 for 2-2. Double top. Oh, wonderful. What a brilliantly executed
Gary
120
Mawson.
that was. That's how you climb the ladder. And that is how you climb the ladder to sheer perfection.
First. Game on.
That is Mawson's first Ton Plus checkout of the day.
41.
Only Jim Meyer hasn't found a Ton Plus checkout. So the top 10 list of winning
125.
Champions Night averages. Owen Bates, 113.29. Tom Sykes in 2 and 3, 107 and 106 averages respectively. Bo Greaves has had a average of 104 on a Champions Night before. Colin Osborne, 103.6. Darius Labanauskas, the highest ever final average, 102.77 against Tom Sykes. Adam Moles had 101.9, as too is Raymond Smith. And Steve West of 101.79 completes that list. Luke Littler has had a Ton Plus average on a Champions Night. 100.24 and a 4-3 win over Darrell Pilgrim in Series 3 Week 13. Probably the best ever Champions Night pool we've ever had. Because we saw that game, and then we had the Bates Pilgrim game a little bit later on.
$59.
Yeah, back to this game, and what started off looking like Mervyn King was going to race to a victory. Mawson's fought his way back in. It's 2-2, but
45.
just get the sense that a bit of fatigue is setting in for these two. It's been a long 3 days, a long Group A campaign.
$137.
Yeah, much more like it for Mervyn. Thing is for him, it's just about doing his professional job as possible and just trying to get through this as quickly, as efficiently as he can. He can get out of here. He can enjoy a couple of days off then as a consequence.
140.
And he's got 6 darts from here to put himself a leg away and importantly get a break and throw as well.
100.
That last dart did clip the dart already in the board, but went the right side. Do run the risk of busting going that route. Quite often now you see people from that position maybe move over to like the treble 12 just to
100.
ensure
Then you
they
require
don't bust.
40.
So double 20. Double 10.
Game shot on the
Found
fifth
for
leg.
the King to
Mervyn
get the
King.
break and to move himself 3-2 to the good.
6th flag, it's Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
You can see from that power pack, what Mawson's done quite well in this leg is that consistency around the one treble visit. 12 in the
83.
90-plus column.
And then just Mervyn's just been able just to find that little bit extra, hasn't he, when he's needed to. It's kind of what he's built a career on, just finding that little bit extra than his opponent.
140.
It's not someone that's been known to absolutely wipe the floor of opposition. A lot of the things that he's done, he's had to work hard for, which is why so many people admire his spirit and his grit and his tenacity as a player.
$83.
A level game in terms of the scores.
58.
And only 58 for Mervyn King. Mawson can find another couple of trebles here. Slips with the first.
41.
It's not quite the waving of the right flag for Gary Mawson, but Mervyn King will feel as if that is the motion in which he can now go full steam ahead and
60.
get this game won once and for all. And what he would have given for a big visit there to pretty much put Gary out of his misery.
Yes, a couple of consecutive trebleless visits for Mervyn King. And I think Gary knows that, you know, it's a real opportunity and does find a treble with the last start.
160.
Well, this would be some way to crown a winning campaign, but he's not going to get the 160.
80. Gary require 137.
Half the deficit, but it's a 137 here for Mawson. Options, where's he looking? His tops was the desired route.
58. Then you require 80.
Treble 16, double 16 was what Mervyn King loved when he was at his absolute best. And now he looks at the bull.
55.
Well, he got that
Gary
pretty much
requires
bang on. It was
79.
just the wrong side of the wire.
Double 11. Needs pinpoint precision.
Game shot on the
And
sixth
finds
leg.
that double 11 for a
Gary
79
Mawson.
finish. And we do go all the way. Here's a decider between these two
Seventh
players that have been
and finally
rivals
it's
for
Gary
years.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, the latest installment of this rivalry will see us go all the way.
121. $140.
Yeah, Mawson and King met a few times
140.
back on the Pro Tour. Mawson never found a way to get past Mervyn King. That is a theme that's continued this week. He's lost both his
123.
matches, losing 4-2 and yesterday 4-0 at the hands of King. He has a real opportunity to get across that winning line.
55.
Just been too many of those visits.
$40.
King couldn't punish. And this time Mawson does find the big red treble.
Well, 80 scored.
99.
He's in situ. Mervyn King needs something big here.
Again, it feels like just a little bit of a lackluster dart.
85.
Does well to recover with the
Gary
last.
require 86.
But this is Gary Mawson's opportunity. Mervyn King has missed a dart on the bull. And Gary Mawson's not going to get a dart at the bull.
38. Mervyn, you require 113.
Well, it's a 1-1-3 for Mervyn King, and Again, it's a slip. Couldn't even make sure of the single number.
47. Gary requires.
And so this is for the match for Gary Mawson. It's 2 darts at double top to complete a 4-3 win. And into the tops it goes. And it's a win for Gary Mawson to end his Group A campaign. Mervyn King's done his job. He's qualified for Saturday night. And he'll be back in the mix, very much in the mix, come Saturday evening. But it's Gary Mawson who wins that particular battle by a 4-3 scoreline. Coming up after the break will be John Rodriguez takes on Archie Self.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. A couple more games to go, and you can see sat at the top of the table Mervyn King with Archie Self guaranteeing himself a place in Group B. One more place up for grabs between Gildenhuys and Rodriguez for Group B, and Mawson and Mayer, they find themselves in Group C. Well, our table topper, we can have a quick word with him. He is with Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Laura. Mervyn, many congratulations. Job done. Must be absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've been playing okay before I come here. First day was not sort of up to scratch. Then I lifted the form a little bit. And it was fine for the first 3 legs today, and then someone whispered in my ear that I've won the Group A, and all the adrenaline just ran out of me, and I've been trying, but it's just not been there.
In terms of the beginning of the day, it felt like one of those groups that someone had to take by the scruff of the neck. Do you feel like you did that in those opening games at least anyway?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the first couple were, I thought I'd done more than enough to win them. Against Johan, I got away with a little bit, but that's darts, Sometimes it goes against you, sometimes it goes for you. Today it went for me.
Look, every player's going to say to me and they want to play at their absolute best. As we know, that's not possible all the time. But the fact that you've won in different facets, different ways this week, does that give you a lot of confidence, particularly when we spoke earlier on this week with the World Championship coming up next month?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm one of these guys that don't know when he's beat, and I can pull wins from a dead situation where I don't know when I'm beat, and I can win games, but I can also be miles ahead and lose them as well. So it's I like to look at myself as what I call a flair player. I'm not really somebody that will do 90, 90, 90, 90, 90. I'll do 80s, 115, 90s, 120. It's I never know what's coming out. So to me, if it comes out at the right time, happy days.
And into Saturday night, you started your year here with a weekly win. How much you'd like to end the year here with a weekly win?
That'd be great, yeah. Win another one, that'd be fantastic. And then, of course, we've got finals next week. I didn't look ahead, did I? So if I happen to go through and win this weekly one, I'm going to have to find a laundrette.
So can you play it like a 2-week competition then? Because you're playing week 12, because ultimately you want to play next week. So do you sort of play it like that?
To be fair, I didn't know it was Champions Week next week. I didn't look into it enough. It's my fault, my bad. I should have looked into that and brought everything I need for 2 weeks just in case that I win on Saturday and then I've got to play again all next week. So it's my bad, but we can sort that.
We'll Google some laundrettes for you, Mervyn.
To be honest with you, that would be a nice problem to have.
Absolutely. Well, wish you all the very best on Saturday. Many congratulations today, and we shall see you then. Take care.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, great to hear from Mervyn King. Yeah, perhaps not the best prep if he is to go through, but if he is to win this week, he's going to have to break a curse that's happened throughout Series 12, because no one who has won Group A has gone on to lift a weekly title in Series 12. But we know Mervyn King has more than enough calibre to do such a feat. But we'll have to wait till Saturday to see the outcome. As for the ambitions of Archie Self and Roby John, well, we know Archie will be going into Group B. All the action there will kick off from tomorrow evening, 10 p.m, live on Pluto TV. But the question is, who will be joining Archie in Group B? Is it going to be his opponent in this match, Roby John Rodriguez, or will it be Johan Gildenhuys, who
57.
will finish off the Group A campaign against Jim Meyer? Both players sat on 14 points. Bit of a leg difference between them.
43.
But step one for Rodriguez, get past Archie Self.
134.
That's for their meeting so far this week. Monday, Archie Self beat Roby John by 4 legs to 1, and it was a narrow victory again for Self in yesterday's proceedings, 4 legs to 3. But I will make the argument that Rodriguez, throughout the latter stages of today, has looked in fine form indeed.
$59.
Well, Self is first down to a finish, and a finish that he has already hit once
40.
today.
Archie require 151.
Yeah, not going to find the 151 here against Rodriguez.
57. Robbie John required 58.
Misses the big number, so just finds 14, but it's one dart that tops and
38.
it drags low.
Archie required 94.
Just made a little bit of a mess of it towards the tail end of the leg.
69. Robbie John required 20.
A let off for Rodriguez. And that's awkward. It's a bit of a blocker, and you can see a wry smile on the face of Rodriguez as he knows that's going to be quite hard to get past.
No score. Archie required 25.
Yeah, good effort, but very difficult indeed.
Game shot on the first
But
leg.
no difficulty there at the end for Archie Self. Finds an early breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Archie to throw first. Game on. $93.
Yeah, quite simply, if Rodriguez doesn't win this match, he knows that he will be
100.
confined to Group C.
$58. $180.
Maximum number one in this match goes the way of Rodriguez. Looking to
58.
break straight back.
It's been time today where Robbie John has put in some really
43.
decent stuff. It's felt like he's begun to really spring into life here at the live lounge. But
134.
it's a three-start to this one. But as you might say, opportunity to break back.
58. Archie, you require 158.
Well,
58.
he takes off that
Johnny
on
require
58 at
120.
the end, but it's a 120. We saw this from Mawson in the previous match. And he's looking to go a similar route, climb that ladder.
$100. Archie, require 100.
Was looking at the tops route.
80.
Finds
Robbie
tops
John
with the
require
last
20.
dart, but it's double 10 first. Shot at it goes to Rodriguez, double 5.
No score. Archie, require 20.
So 2 10s to make it 2-zip.
Game shot on the second leg.
And Archie Self does double his lead in this game.
Third leg, it's Robbie John
The
to throw
doubling
first.
woes that have plagued Robbie John throughout the first couple of days. We thought that they were put behind him because he's had some
135.
wonderful performances, including a 4-0 win over Mawson, which was a 4 from 4 in terms of the finishing. It included a
99.
156 and a 164. They just seem to have come back. He's 0 from 7. He could have quite easily been 2-0 up and finds himself
46.
2-0 down.
Well, there you go. There's that tail of the tape in terms of the checkout success for the pair.
40.
It was quite interesting to hear from Mervyn King.
85.
He's got a couple of days off, you know, if he's feeling confident, thinks he's getting through Saturday, go and do a little bit of shopping around Portsmouth.
Well, it is that weekend of the year where everything goes
121.
down in price. So if you are going to do it, then maybe this weekend is the one. Although Gunwale Keys is going to be clogged on Friday.
40.
Oh, it's next week, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just looking at the
93.
calendar, but I imagine, you know, Gunwale Keys is normally quite busy anyway. And what was once one day is now kind of 4 weeks.
Yep, you get
139.
Thanksgiving Thursday, Black Friday,
Archie
Cyber Monday
140.
now. Whatever that is. It's Monday where you buy things online, and that just the same as any other Monday.
93.
I just thought it was
Robbie
more
John
tech
required
stuff.
56.
Who knows? Sounds great, and if it's cheaper than what I was going to pay, I'm quite happy.
Double top. Double 10.
46. Archie required
Oh,
55.
Rover John will not be happy. It's 9 attempts over the 3 legs, and he's staring 3-0
James on
in
the
the
third
face.
leg. Archie self.
Double break accrued.
Yeah,
Fourth leg,
credit
it's
to Archie in
to
this
throw
because
first.
it's just
Game on.
he's been on the back foot every single leg, but he's just kept his head down, going about his business. It's quite hard
57.
sometimes when you know that a player's struggling. And the scoring side of it, again, has not been a problem for Rodriguez, but it's been the finishing.
81. $58.
Alternatively, if you've got people in your family that you've got to buy a
60.
present for, but you're not going to see over the festive season, why don't you go and get it in the January sales and give it to them at the beginning of next year? Save a bit of money.
100.
I see your ploy. Anyone? If Henry gives you a present in January, you know where it's come from.
140.
Yeah, Robbie John still battling away.
95. $100. $59. Roby John, you require 120.
Well, this would be some way to get himself in the contest. A very awkward dart one dropping low.
100.
Manages to find a
Archie,
ton.
you require 130.
But for Archie self, he's looking at 132 to wrap up a 4-0 win. He had the 125 early. He's not going to add to that particular collection.
96. Roby John, you require 20.
Double 10, that target once again. And once again inside and chasing it round.
15.
And
Last
this
start
would be
of
for the perfect day for
Archie, you
Archie
require
self.
36.
So double 18
Game,
to
show,
complete a
and the
comprehensive
match.
4-0 win.
Archie
Archie self finishes his campaign with something to smile about. He's going to be in tomorrow night's Group B situation for Roby John Rodriguez. His chance of being there alongside him has come to a close. So Johan Gildenhuys on 14 points. Gary Mawson takes on... So he doesn't. It's Johan Gildenhuys against Jim Meyer in the final game of the session. I was looking at Gary Mawson's position on the table. Anyway, let's go watch another game in the break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! So then here we go. It's our final match of this Group A campaign, and it is a meeting between Johan Gildenhuys and Jim Meyer. Mervyn King has already won the group. He's picked up 20 points plus 16 legs difference. Archie self in second position. Finished only a couple of points off Mervyn in the end. 18 points plus 11. Now, Johan Gildenhuys has guaranteed himself Group B, but just about. That was because before the break, Roby John Rodriguez lost out 4-0
First leg, it's
to Archie
Johan
Summing. He's
to
on
throw
14
first.
points and a
Game on.
inferior legs difference in comparison to that of Johan. So the South African is into Group B tomorrow and Friday night. Now, if Jim Meyer was to win this game, Gary Mawson would finish bottom of Group A
96.
with just 12 points to his name. That would be the joint most amount of points that any player that's finished bottom of this group would have ever had in the history of this tournament, this competition.
60.
Yeah, we quite often look to records as possibly not one that you'd want to have. However, it is indicative of, the closeness of the group. We have mentioned it on a few occasions. And today, it was Mervyn King who managed to pull away.
140.
Also, you've got to give full credit to Archie self, because he found himself way off the pace after the first couple of
58.
days. But a perfect day for Archie self has secured him 18 points overall. And that's a good return in a Group A campaign that has run as closely as this one.
Yeah, I think he's acquitted himself so well, Archie self, over the course of the
45.
3 days. Not just his performances, but the way that he's held himself together, his temperament. Even when things have gone wrong, it's so easy for a player of his age and maybe relative lack of experience to maybe become a bit petulant at times, become a little bit overreactionary to things. He's kept himself as calm as anybody, and full credit goes to him for that.
Just a slight hesitation
60.
from Gildenhuys. Just wanted to make sure that he was definitely on a finish when he was returning to the Oki.
58.
I actually think there's quite a lot
Johan
that every player can take
require
from Group A into
160.
their respective groups.
There's a few dejected players, as there obviously will be. Johan perhaps will be one of them because of the way today went. But there's no one that will look at it and think, I need to change a lot.
77.
No, I think despite that last result for Roby John Rodriguez,
43. Johan require 83.
I think he's actually overall played at a lot higher pace and a bit much more consistently today.
51 scored, yeah.
Double 16. To put Gildenhuys on the board.
Game shot on
First
the
dart was a beautiful marker,
Johan
and he manages to
Gildenhuys.
follow in with dart 2. Gildenhuys 1 up.
Second leg against Jim to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and as for Jim Mayer had a great day yesterday
40.
in terms of wins, but the damage really was done on day one, picking up just a solitary win, despite being statistically the overall better player than the rest of the field. The timing was off and he was punished on several occasions.
45.
But as I say, going into Group C, if he can maintain the type of standard that we've seen from him this week, it's definitely going to be a threat to get through to Saturday still.
80.
Yeah, there's a lot of players that'll be lurking there or thereabouts. It wouldn't surprise you, and this ain't a disrespect to the players that are coming in later on this week, but just because of the sheer quality that's coming out of Group A, it wouldn't surprise you if it's one of those weeks where Saturday night was Group A heavy, stacked heavily in the players that have played in this particular group.
100.
Of course, including one of our own, Trina Gulliver, will be swapping the microphone for the tungsten.
$41.
Yeah, she's hit some really big averages and had some big matches recently. Keen to see how she gets on in Group C. It'd be great to see her here on
45.
finals night come Saturday.
Yeah, she's been very busy on the exhibition circuit. Last time she actually played the women's week. I know you two had a bit of a battle at a head-to-head with one another. Playing some really good stuff again at the minute is Trina. Again, certainly trending back in the right direction. Actually, now he missed out for the Tour Championship, which is taking place on Saturday afternoon.
90.
Of course, beat Steve Beaton, didn't she, at the World Seniors, and nearly deposed of Ross Montgomery.
$180. Jimmy,
I get the feeling that
146.
Gildenhuys now really starting to enjoy himself up on the hockey.
Was that a bit of peacockery?
56. Johan required 50.
Well, looking at 50. He was never going to contemplate the ball. Double top.
Game shot on the second leg.
Interesting.
Johan Gildenhuys.
2-0 Gildenhuys. Decent display so far.
Third leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Well, I think for Gildenhuys, he kind of finds himself, he's finding himself in a very similar position
44.
that Gary Mawson found himself in yesterday, where he's gone in near the top end of the table, lost the first three opening matches. He's won his fourth match and has the opportunity here to win a second. And just finishing on that kind of high, I think you can take that into the next group. The advice for any of the players is kind of always draw a line under Group A.
60.
Remember the good bits, and it's a whole separate tournament, and it's slightly more cutthroat. It's just over the 2 days.
43.
And also that safety blanket that a lot of players, every player's got in here, they know if this don't work, I've got another group. That gets wiped away as soon as we enter the building tomorrow morning.
140.
40 for Gildenhuys, and that this hasn't been a vintage display. He'll be the first to admit that, but he's just doing an effective job at this present moment in time. And that's more like it from Jim Mayer.
180.
Yeah, what Gildenhuys has managed to do is deny Mayer any opportunity at the outer ring so far.
140.
And back-to-back 140s. Means if he can take out the 117, that will continue.
140. Johan, you require
much
117.
Last couple of visits for Mayer. Gildenhuys looking at the 117 for free zip. He's going to get a dart to break back, you feel.
77.
That's where you say to yourself,
Jimmy,
just keep him
require
straight.
80.
If you can find the treble with the first, great, but if not, it's single to double combination. Or it's double to double combination, and the
Game shot on
combination is
third leg,
found.
Jim Mayer.
Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
And don't forget, we are back on Saturday afternoon. We've got a double session
100.
day on Saturday for the WADC Tour 5s. In fact, we've got double session days pretty much exclusive for the next couple of weeks. We've got a double session Sunday next Sunday after Champions Week is finished
50.
for the International Darts School Finals. And then, after that,
43.
the ADC Global Championship gets underway on Monday. A week Monday. It's getting closer.
Yeah, 8 groups, 21 matches.
45.
And looking at some of those groups for the ADC Global, very hard to call. Only 4 players from the 7 go through.
100. $140.
Gildenhuys up to 5 140s in this match. Finding 2 treble visits with regularity.
100.
Well, a ton there, and all of a sudden the face of this game has suddenly changed from what looked like a Gildenhuys onslaught to a game which
96.
could well be
Jimmy require
equalised in
158.
around about 6 darts time.
But Gildenhuys has left the big fish.
42. Johan, you require 107.
Does the great white shark reel in the big fish? He's not sniffing for blood. He's a bit like Bruce off of Finding Nemo. He's decided to go for one of those fish schemes where he decided, right, no, fish are friends,
134.
not finishes to take out.
Jimmy require 116.
116 for Mayer.
Yeah, shake of the head, that's awkward. Blocking that treble 19 bed. Can't find a route through.
58.
And from a
Johan,
leg
you
where
require
Jim Meyer looks
36.
pretty comfortable. It's Gildenhuys here with the first chance at a double to go within 1 of the match.
2 on the
28.
outside.
Jimmy
Mayer
requires
presented
58.
with a golden gilt-edged chance to equalise this game up at 2-2. Double top.
Game shot on the 4.
Perfect.
Jim Mayer.
And this game is back level. We are at Desmond. 2-2.
5th leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Well, that the turn of the take. Gildenhuys with a couple of 6-visit legs, put himself 2-0 to the good. Just stepped off the pace a little, and Jim May's been
60.
able to step in.
Yeah, for me, that important leg was the 15-dart breaker throw that Mayer found in leg 3.
100.
Just changed the face of the match because Gildenhuys up to that point looked like he was flying forward to the finish line.
Well, that first dart's much better. As is dart 2. As is dart number 3.
180.
And that's the second max of the match for Johan Gildenhuys.
100. $45.
Yeah, whilst every player still knows exactly what groups they're now going to go into, for Jim Mayer, a win here would pick him
55.
off the bottom of the table into 5th spot.
$140.
Just beginning to up it again here, Johan. After a quiet couple of legs, the radar's just beginning to emerge again. And leaving himself on 76 after just a dozen darts to
43.
put
Johan,
himself
you
to within a
require
leg of
76.
qualification for it.
Quick glance over at the score. Opted to go for 25 for double 18.
40.
Players also always run the risk there of going inside, finding the ball, but 25 found.
133.
So it does present him with that opportunity again. Free in hand at 2:18s to go. 3-2 to the good in the contest. Of course, the double 9, he had problems with this in the previous leg.
18.
And he's going to have more problems on that combination
70.
of doubles. And Mayer from 2-0 down has a chance to lead 3-2.
Yeah, these combination finishes have been good for Mayer in this match.
Game shot on the
And they
fifth
continue
leg.
to be good.
Jim Mayer.
Mayer on the checkouts, 3 from 3
Superb
when he's
against Jim to
presented a
throw
chance.
first.
He's
Game
been able to hit, and you can see 2 from 10, just 20% success rate for Gildenhuys.
So Mayer 3-2 up, having turned this game on its head, and with the darts in his hand now to get over the line
93.
and win the final game of the group. What has Gildenhuys got left in the locker?
$43. $60.
Big deflection with that last start. Perhaps an argument there for Mayer to have switched down to the 19s or over to the 18s.
60.
And you feel this is a real opportunity for Mayer to reel in the great white shark.
134.
Well, he's got to get his teeth stuck in, that's for sure. He just got that little bit of bite about
100.
him. Here's the great white shark going to bite back.
Well, if he is going to get back into this match, he's going to have to
100.
find something big here.
$92. Jimmy require 114.
So 114 for the match. Triple 18. Gets it. Double top. To end with a ton topper. And it would have meant that every player would have had a ton topper today.
That was the first dart Jim Mayer has missed at a double in this match. And quite possibly the most important one. The one to get him across the line. But more chances here.
40.
More opportunities. Presents itself. And this time he takes him from 2-0 behind. Jim Mayer reels off 4 on the spin to get the better of Johan Gildenhuys by 4 legs to 2. So that is the tail of the tape. 4-2 in favour of Jim Mayer in the final game of the session. And so for Jim, he finishes on 12 points. Johan Gildenhuys on 14 is going to be in Group B, and this is how the table ended up. With Mervyn King winning it, 20 points to his name, Archie Self on 18, Johan Gildenhuys and Roby John Rodriguez both on 14, but Johan, because of his better legs difference, gets the jump over Roby John. Jim Mayer and Gary Mawson both on 12 points. And for Mervyn King, Laura, he kind of set his stall out early, set the pace, and he just couldn't be top, could he?
He couldn't. It was interesting when you spoke to him after. It was more the adrenaline that ran out just in those last couple of matches, but you do feel the adrenaline is definitely going to be there come Saturday night. Just hope he's got enough clothes. I think he's packed enough for this week, but maybe going into next week, if he can pick up the title, he's going to have to go shopping.
Yeah, we'll have to Google some laundrettes for him in and around Portsmouth, but he's cleaned up in this Group A, that's for sure, and this is how the rest of the week looks. Group B, Stephen Plumstead, Dean Finn, Tommy Lishman, Archie Self and Johan Gildenhuys. Group C, Martin Turner, Trina Gulliver, James Weldon, Roby John Rodriguez, Jim Mayer and Gary Mawson. Actually, if you look at Group C, I think the players who dropped out of Group A, I think they'll fancy their chances in that.
Yeah, again, it's going to be tight, it's going to be competitive. The difficulty being that there's only going to be 2 of those names that go through to Saturday. again, even in Group B, I think the Group A players, the way they've played and conducted themselves, they're going to feel very, very confident going in to both those groups.
One of the cheating for Archie himself, finished second of the group, and I think there's been a lot to like about him so far. So we know how talented he is, but his composure, his temperament, everything has been immaculate, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, and this 1-2-5, he kind of styled it out, walked up to the oche, no reaction whatsoever, and then the fist bump from Mervyn King. Yeah, that just meant everything. But yeah, the finishing's been there, it's been on point. We've seen a bit of everything from him.
Well, that really a show reel of some of the big finishes that he's had throughout the course of the session. That 1-5-1 sealed a 4-1 win over Mervyn King, and he didn't quite know what to do there. So this is what's coming up across Pluto TV. Devon Peterson, ahead of the ADC Global Championship, will be talking about his victory last year and how he wants to retain the title come December. Then we've got the Icons of Darts, featuring two of the best referees to have ever done the job, Russ Bray and George Noble. Tomorrow, Group C gets underway. Trina Gulliver will be back in action from 1 o'clock. Dean Finn looking to go one better from his final exploits on 10. And Mervyn King is in action on Saturday night for the finals. So I'm Laura Turner and myself, Henry Deacon. Thank you so much for watching. Until tomorrow, take care. Bye-bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes! What a finish! The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins week 6!
Maximum checkout.
He's done it!
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Johan van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game